1.6.1 is a server hotfix going live Wednesday, which is tomorrow, which is good. I'm glad. Some people might be complaining, but I'm glad it's so quick because, like, for me particularly, for a couple of other people, we need that time to practice, right? Like, because normally they do like 2 week patch cycles, right? Like, they'll have a patch and then 2 weeks later they'll have a patch, right? That's usually their normal cycle, and that was kind of my worry, where I didn't think friend of a friend was gonna stay like at all. Like in this iteration, it's too toxic, or it's too game warping, I guess is the word. So I never thought it's gonna stay. After playing for it, like the second day, I was like, there's no way. There's too much nonsense, right? But I was kind of worried that, well, what was gonna happen was they would just do it in 2 weeks. Where 2 weeks later, hey guys, friend of a friend's broken. We figured it out after live. We got through playtesting. People didn't know how to play Brand in our playtesting. Live now, yeah, it's not broke. It's broken, so let's change it up, right? But then, if they did do that in 2 weeks, I'd have like 2 days to like learn a completely different meta for the tournament, which is just like so worrisome. That was my worry, but I'm really glad they are changing it super super fast, like 4 or 5 days basically, between release and like updates. So and that's not easy for Blizzard to do, I imagine. That does require them reworking the code and all that, and like working quickly to do that, maybe working overnight. So definitely appreciate that they are changing it super quickly, because it's going to give me better practice for the tournament, and it's going to feel better, and the tournament's going to be like healthier. So definitely happy about that. But it's weird because like it's only 16 people that care about this. Like the rest of the player base, like there's no tournament really that they're really playing in that matters in this capacity. So it's just like a couple of players that care like in that way, and I was one of them. So I'm definitely happy to see that. But yeah, let's go into the actual changes.
I hopped in, by the way.
Hey Shady, thanks for hopping in.
Sleepy's here too.
Yeah, what's up?
Sleepy. We're going through. There's apparently a patch note, so I'm surprised about that. But we're going through the changes. Yeah, friend of a friend being removed. I kind of talked about it. So friend of a friend. I even like talked about the card itself, but I do think it's too strong with Brand. I think that's obvious. But even without Brand, the buddies that they give you are also too strong. So, and there's a lot of them. It's not just like Gallywix, Ticketus. There's actually so many buddies. And the funny thing, all the broken ones are Battlecry buddies, right? Like, isn't that something like there's not really
I mean, they're not as broken without the brand. Like a Gallywix buddy, if you're not Gallywix, without a brand, you're not spending as much money as well, right?
Sure.
And then you get half the buffs. But yeah, now of course, right? Just the fact that you can do Ticketus, get an ice block, it's pretty silly.
Ticketus get the ice block. The new heroes buddy, I think, is also so crazy. Like
it's like take an extra turn, right?
just fill your hand with, and sometimes the units they give you are good too, right? Like you get like Tower Tempest. Yeah, they're playable. Like I got a brand from the the buddy, and I'm just like, that's not fair. That's just not fair. Like you're just getting you're getting 3-4 gold plus a brand for free. It's just like so crazy. Shady a little lower. He's loud. Okay. I have him at max because that's normally how I do it. But
Shady Prio, let's go.
Yeah, for sure. I'll definitely adjust. Definitely let me know. Zephyrus is broken. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot. There's so many, right?
Yeah, Zephyrus, you'll basically just sell everything to copy the buddy again. Right?
Yeah, that's how I would do it. I would just get more buddies because it's crazy.
Yeah, like the infinite looping especially is pretty ridiculous. Like if there's no brand involved, that's one thing, right? Like if you get friend of a friend into Zephyrus, into friend of a friend, you like reroll and you gain 2 gold. That's like kind of acceptable as a high roll.
Right.
But then when Bran comes in, it just goes completely insane. And it's just, yeah.
Yeah, so it's actually streamers only. What is this? Da-da-da. It's not streamers only. It's just it's more invite only for some reason. But I don't necessarily choose who invites, but I mean, it's whoever is in here gets to invite whoever they want. But usually it's kind of restricted, like somewhat high skilled players, generally. But it's kind of whatever. Everyone in this Discord is pretty skilled in my opinion. Pretty nice.
Oh yeah. Did you guys enjoy playing with it after you sort of
No.
were like, all right, I'm
No.
just gonna give in?
No.
I had a great time.
I
It's
bet.
actually really fun.
I hate
But
it.
the problem is you can't really enjoy it because you're thinking, I have no
Yes.
time to practice. I have no time to practice. I have
Exactly.
no time to practice. But the APMing on its own, I thought, like every game was a tier 6 game, right?
I don't like APM. I don't know about you.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
I'm not an APM centric player. I want the game to be as lazy as possible because it's already too hard. So why would I just like add this whole other factor of APM into every single game I have to play? No, I hate it.
I mean, I gained like 1,000 MMR since Friend came out, so it's like wee. It's APM every game. So I'm sad that it's going, but I'm happy for you. So that's something. I compared it to just like an event, right? It's like it's not real Battlegrounds anymore.
Okay,
Right?
I literally thought that too. This patch felt like an April's Fool's patch. That's that's what I was thinking.
I said it. If you've played Earth, right, in League of Legends, this was Earth. You're just like wee, just like no cooldowns, just go, pew pew pew.
But like if they put out this patch April 1st, like, hey, we got a new patch for you. Everybody is now available to everybody. Like, oh, I was like, okay, like that's a cool like 1-day event or maybe 3-day event. But for it to be like actually just part of the live rotation, I was like, no, I can't work with this. But we haven't even talked about any of the armor changes. Some heroes are moving up armor tiers, more armor. So Barov, Maleficent, Onyxia, Tavish is now in armor 2. I'm okay with that change. The only one that jumps out to me is maybe Barov. I actually think Barov is pretty good, even with 0 armor. But moving it to armor 2 is fine.
I think that I saw like on Reddit, I saw like a screenshot of HS Replay stats, and I think Barov was like statistically the worst one overall. Which makes sense because if you lose your bets, you're just playing with less money. So.
Yes, but I think Barov's a hard hero to look at stats because good players play Barov so differently. Then it's like shutter walking.
I'm with you for sure. I think it's good. So,
a lot of people also aren't to account the buddy. Like that's what I see.
Cutting
They're
out.
just holding their gold, like, oh, the buddy will come, right? And then they take like 20 damage in the first 6 turns, and then the buddy comes, and then they're dead.
Yeah, that's true.
I had a turn where I think I blew like 8 coins before my buddy came in, but it was so that I could get to 4, right? So 5 was buyable, and my stream was like, no, don't use the coins. It's like, but I was able to go to 5 the turn after. It's like it's worth it. Trust me, guys. Like. We're on 6 a turn earlier. It's weird. That one's a weird one, right? But ever since the buddy got nerfed, it's hard to do the double level thing where you go 3 and 4 and then 5 is.
You have to know that you're winning your bet, though. You have to know that it's guaranteed.
Losing. Why would you pick Barov if you're losing your bets, Collins? Come on.
Dude, I've lost so many bets with Barov. It's so much. It's so painful. I think the buddy's too. It's too swingy, right? Like whether if you win with Barov or you lose with, like, it's such a different game if you won like your early bets or you lose your early bets. Yeah. It's way too swingy of a hero with the buddy. So I don't know. I would like it to be less drastic, like losing the bets isn't that crazy and winning the bets isn't that also punishing. Like what if you got 4 gold, but then you got like 1 or 2 gold with the buddy for losses, so it's not as like Oh, you got 6 or 0 instead. It's like 4 or 2. Oh, gee.
I don't know. It's kind of his identity, though, right? Barov.
I know, but it's too much, right? It's too swingy. Where you can start the game like 20 extra go to buff people, and that's just like how do you counteract that?
I had a guy in my game today who waved at me to go to 5 together. So I go to 5 with him. He's a Barov. And then he just like thumbs up me and he goes to 6 as well. And just like goes to show off, right?
Yep. It seems good.
And he rolled and bought the Buster. I was like, oh my god, this guy had like so much money. What the
That sounds like something I would do. Yeah, just like, oh yeah, let's just go to 5, and then I still have like 7 coins. It's like, oh, okay, let's go to 6 as well and 7. Start rolling.
Well, Colin's not here. Some people in here. I'm gonna bounce, but I'm looking forward to hear the recording.
All right.
See you guys.
All right.
See ya.
Bye.
Brucon armor tier 3. Personally.
Oh, I think we missed Tavish being tier 2 now instead of like tier 5 or something.
Or he was tier 1.
Yeah, no, like he got moved to tier 2, but like he should have probably been moved to like tier 5 or something.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
I think Tavish is okay, actually.
But I have a feeling he's one of those heroes. Honestly, he's one of those heroes that I just don't want him in my game, so I'm not going to complain about this.
That's fair.
He's so
That's
annoying.
Fair. Yeah, like if there are mechs in the game, then I feel like Tavish just randomly takes 20 damage whenever he hits a shield with his hero power, and otherwise he's just super annoying to face.
Well, the thing about Tavish is that it's not like something I've noticed about their like designs or their changes is it always feels like they're taking like lower MMR players into account. I think Tavish is a hero if you're lower MMR. It's kind of easy to do decently with because you have a hero power that costs 0, and then once you get your buddy, you're getting plus 14 for free in stats. And if you're not like super high MMR, that's a lot of stats, especially when you can put it on shields, you can put it on cleaves. So I don't think they want to put it so high tier where it becomes like very obviously a very easily to play hero. So I'm okay with just making it temperature 2 instead of like
that's fair. It's just still laughable to me, even though like I understand it, right? Yeah. It still feels
it's also
off.
like a thing where in high MMR, like I know you do this, I do this. Like I've seen you do it. Is like you like buy the small divine shield, put it on the right, and right.
Like if there are mechs in the game, then usually my highest health is already going to be a module thing. So I put that on the left, and then I put like a bronze warden on the right, and they get 0 stats, and their board sucks.
Yeah,
right.
That's the punish for sure. But. Yeah. That's high MMR punish.
Right, my point is that like at high MMR that's gonna happen, but at low MMR that's way less likely to happen. So I can see the hero being a lot stronger there.
Yeah. Okay.
Agree. Maleficent, Mana Storm. Yeah, I mean, it's not that great. And the Nyxia, I'm so biased against Nyxia after the tournament because I that was my only 8th. So I was just like I haven't touched her since the tournament. Never played her a single game. So yeah, I'm okay with the change. Celissa, thanks for the raid. Much appreciated. Brucon also armor tier 3. I'm kind of okay with this. I don't think Brucon is nutty. Some people still like Brucon, but I don't care too much.
I mean, I didn't like playing him before he even got nerfed, so let alone after.
That's true.
That's just personal preference, not like strength-wise or anything. I just don't like his gameplay.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's not for me, right? Like, but it is a strong hero, and it does counter some specific heroes super well, like George and whatnot. But not really my type. Greybow, Kalthaz, and Rakara armor tier 4. I would still move Rakara even higher, but it's fine. Greybow, Kalthaz. I haven't played a single Kalthaz game, so I can't really talk about him. I don't think he feels super good. Greybow, I think, is actually pretty strong, so I'm surprised he's getting armor.
Greybow's very high tempo, honestly.
Yeah,
that surprises me.
It's weird to give those heroes armor because like they really benefit from it because all they do is like max tempo and survive, and now they survive even longer.
Yeah, but it does mean that you don't get to like the heroes that spike and then beat the tempo heroes don't get to like luckily one shot them, right? They might have another turn. So that is like the weakness of like playing a high scaling hero. Again, if you fight a high tempo hero and they have armor, you don't get to like punish them in one turn and then one shot them. They might have another turn to stabilize, and then maybe get unlucky and you fight another high roller, and then they end up being like top 4 instead of you. So I'm slightly okay with it. I'm not okay with it because I don't play these heroes, but I'm slightly okay with it like in essence of like, oh yeah, this makes sense. Eudora Master Wind Reno Armor Tier 5. Yeah. I don't care.
I don't know. I feel like it'd be more interesting to actually just buff Master and Win, right?
Like the buddy or something like that.
No, like the actual hero power, right? Like how they changed the odds before. Well, if he's worse now, you can technically make the hero power better, right?
Yeah, but that you know, if you tweak those numbers, it can go from like weak to broken very quickly, right? So you do have to be careful
if you do it wrong, yeah.
Yeah, and another thing is like it's hard to. How do you announce that we've buffed Master Win? How we've tweaked the numbers? What is that? How does that work? I mean, it's gonna be hard for people to like realize, oh, this hero is now better because they've changed the numbers, and they don't give us like the percentage odds, so it's hard to know how much better they've tweaked it, right? Like if they're like, oh, it's moved from 0.01 to get Reno, so now it's 0.02. It's like, oh yeah, that's great. But if we knew that, it would actually be important to be like, oh yeah, the likelihood to get that is.
I mean, I do think they should tell us that, right? Because that was also the problem when they last changed it, except when then it was a nerf, right? It's like, okay, but what did you nerf and how much did you nerf it by? But eventually they did tell us, like, these 6 heroes are now less likely, and yeah, I mean, that became obvious, right? So if they would do that again, except now they say, okay, we made Millhouse more likely, or whatever, or we made Daryl more likely, that would be clear enough, I think.
Yeah, I would like to like, but we are the people that are like, give us the data, right?
Yeah.
A lot of players don't care or don't want to shuffle through it. But,
I mean, I think to some extent that's true, but I also think to another extent, I remember somebody was saying on Reddit, which not a very like odd takes on Reddit sometimes, but this person was basically like, I don't like the fact that it wasn't clear to me by reading the card Friend of a Friend that like it couldn't give certain buddies. Yeah. Like just in general, these are like completely hidden mechanics if you only play the game, right? There's no way to like actually know how that is working without reading like either, like if you like fully reading through these long patch notes or going on Twitter, and that shouldn't be. I mean, okay, like reading patch notes is one thing, but like reading patch notes isn't even always enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I think, an issue, right? Like, I think it's reasonable that I should know how the game works. I don't know.
I think especially since they've gone to the length of including like dev comments in the patch notes, right? Like the patch notes aren't any longer just purely the changes. They're actually like explanations of the changes now as well.
I like that.
There really isn't a good reason anymore not to properly explain it, I think.
Sometimes it's hard to explain decisions. Like they don't like sometimes decisions is not like an easy or very fun to to explain why we're doing this or if it's like the stats say this, it's like not very
I mean, usually
clear.
It's unfun to explain it if the reasoning is bad, right?
Yes, I know, but
which,
sometimes the reasoning is bad.
To me, that would be a good reason to include the reasoning, right?
I mean,
it's like when you're on your math test, you have to explain your workings. Why? Well, so they know if you did a good job, right? So then I, as a player, would like to know if the people that are changing the game are doing a good job.
Yeah. Unfortunately they don't have to do that, but it would be nice if they did do that for sure. But those three heroes don't really care too much. I don't mind them having armor. It's not a problem to me. Moving on, Drekthar, Elise, and Sindragosa now in armor tier 6, so they have 6 to 9 armor. Drekthar I never played. Elise I think is playable. So that one, but
Lisa's felt super good to me.
yeah, that's the one where I'm like,
If Elise had 0 armor, I would not be questioning that.
Yeah.
I think it had 0 armor before, right? Or did it have armor after?
Let me check.
You look at the 2.6 patch, did it have armor?
I'm looking at it now, but it's a pain to go through. Yeah, it had 0 armor.
Yeah, so they're giving at least 6 to 9 armor.
That's a very big change.
It is
that
a
does not
huge
seem warranted. That does not seem warranted.
Not at all, no. Especially because it's one of the heroes that's like, okay, if you can get to a higher tier, that's suddenly a massive spike in power.
Yeah.
Like, making the leap from tier 4 to tier 5, or from 5 to 6, like, immediately opens up entire builds that win lobbies.
Yeah, I would rather see them buff the buddy itself, because I think the 4/4 stat line for a tier 3 buddy is so weak.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Yeah, but instead of giving them 6 to 9 armor, which is like basically an extra fight.
To be fair, though, this is a server side hotfix, which means they're limited in what they can actually do.
Yeah, I know. I know.
So, like, I mean, they this might be the case of like they're doing that for now, but they're planning on buffing it in the next actual patch.
Maybe.
Hopefully.
Maybe. Yeah, like, I don't think that's something they've usually done. I think usually it ends up being, right, this is the suboptimal solution, but then they won't go back and, like, actually change it, right? Or it's either or. Either you get the fast change, but it's worse, or you get the slower change, you don't get both.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
What can you do?
I'm just trying to have optimism here. Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's fair.
Optimism, copium, yeah. Alright. Illidan, Lich Bazal, Bigglesworth, Pearlmad, Tasman. Tasman had 0 armor, guys. Like
I feel like Tamsin and Arana, like, in the database when they were doing this, actually just got like swapped.
I really didn't understand Tasman and Tess. Like, it was actually insane. And Vander, now tier 7. Yeah, I agree with pretty much all of it. Like, it all makes sense.
Yeah, these heroes are Lich B. I don't think
Lich B though.
Lich B could be lower. Like, Lich B was okay.
Lich B doesn't need 10 armor. I agree. I just want a game with her just right now. So I agree that she doesn't need the 10 armor, but I don't hate it either. You know, so it's kind of fine to me.
It feels very fair to give her that armor within the context of, like, lower MMR play, where if the hero power is 0 gold, you will press it and people will kill themselves with it. Like, not like literally like go from to 0 HP, but like at, like, you know, 20 HP or something, just keep tapping anyway, even though it's getting people killed. Like, I feel like that extra armor matters for that level of play a lot.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna help. Like, if you're gonna say this doesn't fit, like Lich Bazal would be like the one that's like probably doesn't need the armor, but I don't hate it. I'm not gonna like complain. It doesn't jump out to me as being like, this is completely wrong. Why is this here? Like, so kind of okay.
I mean, it's probably not gonna cause many issues at higher levels of play, right? And it does help out at lower levels.
I think it's fine. I don't think she needed it, but yeah, I think it's fine. Agreed.
Yeah, some heroes are moving down armor tiers. Arana for sure didn't make sense.
Oh my
Deathwing
God.
didn't make sense. Maev's, you know, I can see it. But Maev's too, like, if you hiro Maev, she's really strong, so I can see that. Scabs and Tess. Tess was so, like, Arana and Tess, those jumped out to me as being so wrong, so I'm glad they're like, yeah, okay. We don't, like, this stats were wrong here, for sure. Yeah, and you can see it in the results, right? Arana's now right now the best hero. Tess is like number 2. Scabs is like really up there. Deathwing, Maiev, they're kind of, but they're still like top 10 or so. They're still pretty high. So
I mean, Deathwing friend of a friend, like reintroduction of armor, I think was really arguably the best hero in the game. Like, competing with Gallywix depending on the lobby, basically. And then reintroduce armor, and he gets armor. Like, okay.
Yeah. I mean, all these changes here make sense to me.
Yeah, make complete sense.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy with that. Ambassador, so the new hero moved down to 2 to 5 armor. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Like 6 to 9 was insane.
Yeah, the one thing I am sad about though with the Arana change is like now I feel like she is a party rock bot.
Yeah, or Murlocs. You can also go Murlocs.
Yeah. But like the tier 2, she's like a tier 2 bot, and before like this patch currently, I basically was never doing that, and I never had to.
She was Wag Toggle. She's the new Wag Toggle, basically.
Yeah, like, but now it's like you're only doing those like low tier strats, and I'm not a fan. I liked being able to kind of play her in a more high rolly way.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that to allow her to get the high rolly play, you also make the boring play just way stronger as well. Like, obviously you could because she was so strong, but at the same time, if you didn't feel like doing that and you just wanted to sit on tier 2 and play Party Rock, or sit low and play Murloc stuff, you could still do that and it would still be good, right? Like, way better. So you kind of can't have that, like, interesting play with her, like, as a hero design almost. Feels kind of bad, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue with making strong heroes and then making them stronger, because all the or weaker, you remove more of the optimization because you don't have the freedom to go for the high roller play, because the safe play is safe and gets you there, and you're like, why risk it, right? Why go for the minus 100 MMR when I can just guarantee a plus 10, right? It's just not worth a lot of the time.
I think the issue here is more just the strength of Party Rock could be dealt with in some way.
Huh.
Like, just, I think the issue is basically just the removal of my Exna makes it a bit over the top, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, putting back some poison in the game would make it a lot more reasonable to deal with.
Yeah, it's more, I don't think it's Party Rock's the issue. It's more that there's not easy answers early to big stats. The answers right now is Murlocs are in, but if Murlocs are out, then you don't have the answer. And then the other answer is Amalgadons, and you can't get that early.
If Murlocs are in, you have to get the Sephin before you face the person that you need Sephin against, right?
Yeah.
You can't say, oh, I'm facing Arana, let's buy a Sephin. No, because by the time your Sephin has poison, the rest of your board is dead. You kill one rock and you still take 10 to the face.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you have to be committed to poisons.
Yeah.
That is an issue. There's no like easy answer to a big statted unit in one turn. I mean, there is the 1/1, but the 1/1 has so many other weaknesses that it's hard to just use it.
And that only kills one of the things, and she's usually got 2 or 3, so
yeah, pretty rough. Basically, that. I mean, we're starting to. I mean, we already knew that, but we're starting to see a lot of the issues with not having poison readily available, or something else that can do poison's job. Like if you had like a death rattle that killed the unit, right? I think Plucky suggested that. That would be kind of an interesting answer, but like it is it's not implemented right, so we don't have those. We don't have that balance for big stats. Big stats just kind of win overall. Wag Toggle moving up a tier, or moving down. Wag Toggle moving down. I didn't really play Wag Toggle, so I can't really tell you if this makes sense, but it's probably fine.
No idea.
Yeah.
Shudderwock moving down as well. Yeah, Shudderwock having 10 armor that was like, what? You know, we thought the Murloc nerf or the token nerfer would hurt Shudderwock, but Shudderwock's still fine. You can still get the beast token and do the same exact thing, right? And now you have 10 armor Shudderwock.
Yeah, like back with 0 cost Shudder, if there was a single token, you didn't really care, right? Now it's 1 cost, but you still really don't care that much as long as that 1 token is in, plus pirates, ideally. But,
plus pirates.
Yeah.
Oh.
You don't need 2 tokens, so why did it get so much armor?
Yeah, so I mean, Shudderwock I still think is gonna be playable. honestly, I think
Yeah.
all the heroes that lost armor are still just playable. So I think that's good, right?
Oh,
Basically.
lag toggle, maybe not, but that has nothing to do with the armor.
Yeah, sure. That's fair. Fixed a bug that caused players to be locked if they filled up their mercenary party before blah blah blah. So these are not Battlegrounds changes, but overall, I'm happy with this. The biggest thing being friend of a friend being removed. Armor changes also make sense. So nothing jumps out as being wrong. It looks like they initially, I think the initial armor stuff is just like mostly stats making the decisions. Now they've kind of seen how the player base has reacted to some of these changes and how the win rates have also reacted to the changes, and they've made quick changes. So I'm happy to see this pretty overall. What do you think about? Oh, except for Elise.
I think
Elise
Elise.
is, okay,
Elise
that's
is.
true.
Yeah, that's like. Yeah, that's a good point. What is that? That's like already a very good hero with 0 armor, and then now you just like don't. Now you just don't die.
Yeah.
Yes. It's so dumb.
Elise is the only one. I agree.
Yep. But that's like a very big one, I would say, because like that is single hand. Like they basically just said, okay, fine, Arana's too broken, so like have her sister instead.
Yeah, I agree. Like our Elise jumps out to us, but it's good because they're fixing a lot more than they're adding, right? Like Arana's being nerfed, Scabs, Maya. There's so many going down. So even if they have like a weird one being added, overall it's a big upgrade, especially with friend of a friend being removed. So pretty happy with that.
It's also just kind of weird, like if they are looking at how heroes are performing right now, like just the removal of friend of a friend is single-handed, like it's gonna change so much, right? Like currently, very much the way I see it is what you want is a hero where it gets you to a relative high roll, and then you use that relative high roll to do brand friend of a friend, right? You don't need the Ticketus, right? Ticketus isn't good right now because everybody can get to that point once they like moderately high roll and they're on 6 with brand. And so then it's like once you massively change like the incentive for heroes, it's going to change a lot, and it's kind of like we'll see how it works. Hopefully they have another armor adjustment soon enough.
Yeah, I mean, overall it's going to be better, right? Like that's the thing. So we'll just I mean, we haven't played in this post patch yet, so it's hard to really know exactly everything that will change, but overall it should be better and it should be healthier. And that's the direction we always want to head towards. So I feel like we are doing that.
Yeah.
We can get basically start on the actual round table discussion. We have 4 people here, which is good enough for me. Don't need to doesn't be crazy. I don't know if I'm going to get the UI perfectly fixed, but 4 people should be fine. But I'll kind of take a look at what it looks like anyways. I kind of remember a lot of this stuff. Everything is interesting. But overall, I mean, we can get started with some of the topics. We have a couple topics to talk about this today. First thing first, right? It's been 2 months since our last roundtable, which is quite a long time. Basically, the last one was like right before Buddies came in, right? You guys remember that?
Yeah, we were like talking about Buddies.
Yeah, we gave our tier list for the Buddies. I don't know if we were right, but we weren't.
You were wrong about Crag.
Yes, that's true.
We were very wrong about Crag.
Crag was a mistake. We thought Crag would be better, but it's just too slow, right? That ended up being the problem.
Yeah, like things got way because we were used to a very greedy meta at that point, I think. And so then, but things got very, very tempo oriented, especially the first buddy patch.
Yeah, a little too much tempo, I think. And Crag just didn't have the counter tempo to deal with that, right? You just end up falling off, or like you end up dying before you get your second proc, right? That's really what the issue was. You took too long to get your second proc, you end up dying. As you end up dying, you just like, you're dead. I guess I don't know.
It's mostly like the first hero power just doesn't do enough, I think. Where you're usually
It
gonna
doesn't
have to
help
end
you
up
stay
using
alive.
it for like 6 or 7-ish gold, right? Because
Uh-huh.
you're starting to fall behind and people are getting their buddies online, so you just have to get something. But that something isn't going to carry you to your second, or well, to your second hero power to your buddy, I think.
Yeah, that's very true. It just wasn't strong enough to get you there. That's a lot of the heroes.
Yeah, I just want to point out I had to fight for Vol'jin to be S tier.
You did. You did. May have been a bit wrong on that one. Yeah.
Like, I just looked at that, I'm like, Chromawing is a card. There's no way this is not completely broken, and yeah.
Yeah.
But to be fair, it wasn't right away, right? Because Maleficent and Illidan kind of kept him down, and then once they got nerfed, that's when he came out as being incredibly broken.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
But I also don't think we saw Maleficent being broken at all.
No.
No, I don't think we did. No.
Like, that thing got nerfed like 3 times.
Yeah. It's a bit of a surprise. But also kind of made sense.
Yeah, like once you see it in action, you're like, yes, this is not okay.
But overall, just you wanna 4 people in here. You wanna do introductions? I can start for sure. My name's Collins. Hello, welcome to Roundtable. I don't know. I feel like I'm always the host, but we'll figure it out. But I'm playing in the Lobby Legends final on April, and should be fun. But generally, just playing BGs, just having a good time. That's guys.
Okay, maybe I can. You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yep.
Okay. So I haven't really participated so far. So I'm Falling Sky. I'm just a high MMR EU player, and I've been in the Legend tournament, a qualifier, but I didn't qualify, and I'm hoping to get in some more the Legends. Yeah.
Yeah, it should be good. Always love to have high MMR players. Sometimes they're hard to find. Sometimes they're shy.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me...
Don't want to participate too much, but it's good to have you here. Hope you're doing well.
All right. Oh, never mind. I thought there was something to do, but there isn't. I guess I'll introduce myself now. I'm Sleepy. I'm a currently top 25 player, I think. I'm a streamer. I play this game a lot, and
So I guess that leaves me. Hi,
Yeah.
I'm Jake Eric, and I'm an Elden Ring streamer until a friend of a friend gets removed.
Any of you guys played Elden Ring at all?
Yeah.
I haven't touched it. It looks fun though.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun.
I would like I might have tried it if I didn't have the tournament, but I was like I need to be responsible. I know what happens. I'll play it and I'll be like, oh, I actually want to play it. No. And then all hope is lost. So I haven't done it yet. But I guess we can kind of go through some of the metas that we had, right? At the very beginning, we had kind of like the Illidan meta, right? 22.2, where Illidan was just super busted, where you have my Exna, you just run 2 my Exas with Reborn with Illidan, and it kills 6 units, basically, if your second one survives, and it just kind of warped the meta around itself.
oh yeah, and with Terragosa too.
Yeah, Terragosa was also pretty nuts. Any thoughts about that particular meta?
It's interesting that some heroes like Wag Toggle basically didn't show up. Mostly because the few buddies that were so like immediately broken just didn't let such strategies live. Like if
Yeah.
you look at it, like I mean, obviously comparing it after like some changes, but some other heroes that didn't get changed became really good just because something like an Illidan that just, kind of kills everything it comes across. Like, or rather, a very tempo-heavy meta where people take a lot of damage, right? Like, everyone's playing for tempo immediately. Like, other slower strategies just didn't really happen that didn't need to be changed to then become good after.
It was kind of
I mean,
interesting because like Gallywix was a tier 3, but I didn't really see a lot of Gallywix during this meta because they just died to the Illidan's every time.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that's kind of cool that even though like heroes don't even change, the fact that there's other high tempo units kind of force you to play a different style and really can't utilize some of the stronger or later game heroes.
but Wactoggle, I think she was really strong since the beginning. It's just that people took a bit longer time to figure her out.
That was my impression. Yeah.
It's just
I can check when Ben first tweeted about Wag Toggle spamming elementals because I'm pretty sure he did that like a day after the patch. I guess it's gonna be really hard to find it, but I can try.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah. Like,
Yes.
he theory crafted that, I'm pretty sure, before the buddies came out, so I don't know that it really would take long for people to catch on to that, but maybe I'm wrong.
But there's the thing, there's always some people who play first the right strategy, but a lot of people don't yet know about it. I think it's about the same for Arana, for example. She was already really strong once her buddy got buffed to tier 2. And now people are only starting to see it. But so some it's heroes that are very easy to play, but they have some specific strategy that you just need to figure out, and some people don't yet know about it, I think.
Yeah, I was too lazy. I was basically of the mind of, okay, people will figure it out for me, and then I will, I will take that information. I did not want to be the play tester here, so that was what I was thinking. But yeah, it was a pretty cool patch. After that, we had kind of like the Ticketus meta where they buffed Ticketus, and then we kind of got to see what a buff Ticketus looks like. Where
this board full of Agent Braggart with Divine Shield.
Yeah, I think that's the patch where we saw the highest like stats ever, right? Like I saw people with stats in the millions or so.
Yeah.
I was not happy with it. I was like, a bit strong, right? It was actually not as bad as Friend of a Friend because only one hero got to do it, right? It was only the Ticketus. Ticketus wasn't in every game. And when they got it, right, they still had to get to turn 12. So, it wasn't a guarantee where they'd get it. But, like, if they did get there, they auto-won, right? And that was the problem where they just had to survive to 12 and then they auto-win. It wasn't even...
Yeah, like, I recall playing 2 games with the Ticketus close to each other and literally being at 2 health after turn 7 twice. And then just going, okay, well, I guess I'm not making it to turn 12 if I hold my buddies.
Yeah,
it turns out it's still quite strong if you just get like a few turn 12 prizes, but yeah. it had that going for it to make it less problematic, at least.
Yeah. So kind of a crazy meta. There's also kind of the meta where you kind of saw some of the other all the high tempo heroes that were putting like Gallywix down kind of got nerfed, right? Illidan got nerfed, I believe, and Maleficent, all like the tier 2s got moved to tier 3. So it kind of made it less heavy, like less reliant on like so much tempo, and there was more of a you can play a greedier hero and make it kind of feeling. So it was nice.
Notable nerfs being Zyrella as well, getting the giant baby Elec that's not as giant anymore, and George getting his buddy to tier 4. Like, half your board of Divine Shields is missing to attack on like turn 6, right?
Yeah. There's a lot.
The buddy itself got stats nerfed, which was, I'd say, pretty significant.
It used to be a 7/4. Jesus.
Yeah, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
That's insane, right? It's a tier 3 7/4. Like what?
Yeah.
And then you just tier power. Oh, look, I have like a free 9/4 Divine Shield. Cool.
Yeah.
Kind of ridiculous. Krabby also got nerfed, right? That kind of hurt it a lot.
Yeah. Mishmash got nerfed.
Yeah, Curator also got nerfed. Yeah, Sarah got nerfed. Like all the nerfs are super impactful. Actually, Vol'jin's not, except for maybe Vol'jin. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, Vol'jin just kind of did the same thing anyway.
Yeah.
Because like a tier 3 and a tier 4 buddy, if you do hit like some high attack early minions, you get them at literally the same time. Like there's no difference. There's only a difference for the golden one, but Vol'jin doesn't care about the golden one at that point because they're the same.
Virgo used to be a 7/5 buddy, and they nerfed it to a 5/4. It was so game breaking.
I would say that was arguably a buff because it made it easier to sell the buddy since you didn't actually want to keep it around.
I mean, yeah. Like I was selling the buddy anyway, so.
Yeah, I know, but I mean it was a buff for like people who didn't recognize like you got to sell that thing like the moment you play it.
Yeah.
Kind of funny. But yeah, a lot of impactful changes, making some of the less known heroes kind of jump out in power. So pretty interesting meta shift. Then we kind of moved,
except for Lich B, right? Except for Lich B, who got nerfed in that patch and then still got really good, basically.
Lich B got nerfed.
Yeah, it used to be a tier 3, and then it became a tier 4.
Oh right, but she was so impressed. She was so oppressive, right? At tier 3.
Yeah. I mean, well, not as much because that was with Illidan stuff, so you were kind of dying.
That's true.
At that point in time, like it used to be a tier 3, but it wasn't all that oppressive because everyone was playing max tempo, super fast meta. And then it got nerfed to a tier 4.
I also.
And then. Yeah, once Ticketus is gone, I guess it's one patch later, at tier 4, it becomes the most problematic it's been.
I think at tier 3, people weren't, like, forced staying on 1 as well. So because of that, it wasn't as oppressive, too. Like, I was leveling when it was a Tavern 3 buddy. Just because I didn't feel like I needed to stay on 1. But when it was a Tavern tier 4, I was like, oh, well, I can't level anymore. It's too risky. So maybe that also made it less oppressive.
Yeah, that might have been the case.
But moving on.
Also, the 1x, like the thing that I found the most impactful about that nerf was that now it did 4 damage to me instead of 3.
That's true. That was actually noticeable. That was very noticeable. Like from the buddy changes, where I'm used to like taking only 3 from the buddy, now I took 4. I'm only taking 2 and I'm taking 3. I'm like, oh wait, it's different. Actually kind of hurt us. They also buffed Deathwing too, right? They moved it from Tavern tier 3 to Tavern tier 2.
That was yeah, I didn't like that.
Such a huge change.
I think like they could have done that, but then made it your minions have +2 attack, and that would have been fine.
Yeah, maybe
a better.
Yeah. This made it oppressive.
It's still oppressive. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and then they buffed my cat. I like cat, but it's hard to play, so I don't know. Here's where they moved it from 4/5 to a 4/4, and they've never reverted. Like they reverted it back to Tavern tier 3, but they haven't reverted the stats, and I'm just like, my health, give me my health back. Why? But I mean, at least it's still playable, so it doesn't matter. But the next patch, right, was patch 22.4.3. Kind of looked at it as a Gallywix meta, right? That was just the patch we just had, right? Like the tournament patch, the Lobby Legends climb patch, right? And I really think Gallywix was kind of just the the one that stands out to being very oppressive. There's other also oppressive heroes. This is the patch where they nerfed Wagtoggle, they nerfed Lich Bazal, made it not as playable as well. So any thoughts on this one?
And this patch definitely changed things from being very tempo to being quite greedy.
Yeah.
Definitely made things like Galliwix become a lot more oppressive. Like there was less you could like you had the option sometimes. Like yeah, it was really oppressive, but you could pick like Lich B Wagtoggle and you could like actually just kind of get some free MMR. And then it was much more likely after that oh look, I didn't get any like heroes that can really high roll. Guess I just have to hope to dodge Galliwix for this whole game. Cool.
Well, only after turns.
And there's still like Deathwing Mutinous who still get to like get good results regardless.
Reminder.
Like all hello. Like all of those heroes have pretty insane stats.
Yeah, wait, Mutinous never got changed, right?
Nope.
No, it's never been changed at all.
He's like the best hero by Firestone stats by like he's like close to Torquaggle stats wise. Before like it was changed.
That's because the people that use Firestone actually know how to play the game, so they're not like losing horribly. I see so many Mutinous games where they have a golden buddy, and that's always a problem. Or they're dying, like they should have eaten already, but they still have their buddy and they're dying. Like if you have a chance of dying, eat the buddy. Like why are you still stacking stats? So it's just like they're just not playing it correctly. But I do think like if played correctly, Mutant is super strong, super reliable, right? So the people that play Starstone are doing it. Yeah.
Though only super strong and super reliable after like these multiple sets of nerfs, right? Because even though Mutinous has been the same, in Illidan meta, you weren't getting away with like spinning multiple times onto one thing, then spinning it on the buddy, then spinning it onto three things, right? Because you were gonna die before you do it.
Hello?
But hello.
What's up? Is there a screen share of some sort?
No, we're just kind of talking about the patches and the metas about it.
Okay.
But then moving into like Lich B Wagtoggle territory, yeah, you could do that and probably live with it, but you weren't actually getting enough stats to, compete with them. So then you were just like sacrificing 20 HP. You were alive, but you weren't getting enough to actually be big enough, so you're gonna get killed anyway. And then only after that is nerfed can you really benefit from Mutinous's buddy and hero power, I think.
But I still think he was always good, basically. But maybe there are some better heroes, but it's another of those heroes with a very specific playstyle, and you just need to play correctly. And as Colin said, there's still some people who don't play him correctly. I think there's more and more people who understand how to abuse the buddy. So that's why his stats keeps getting better and better. But
I mean, my own stats have been getting like better on Mutinous, despite the fact that I'm doing nothing different, basically, right?
Okay.
I think it's a combination of both. Like their specific strats, and like if everybody understands the hero is good, more people are also inclined to actually play it, like know how to do so. If we not only look at like the top MMR, but like look at like the broader range of like 8K plus, like you can clearly see a shift there of like people knowing more what to do. If we exclude the examples like Collins noted earlier, where they have like a 200 buddy and like 2 spores.
I saw that one. Oh, man. But yeah,
I forgot the 2 wildfires.
I don't like Mutinous. Like I don't like playing Mutinous, but I do recognize how strong he is and how consistent he can be, especially when the good minion types are in. So yeah, it's cool seeing that for sure. This is also the patch where Tess got moved from Tavern Tier 3 to Tavern Tier 2, which I still think is questionable.
Yeah, that was
Test right now is
Interesting.
broken.
Yeah, for sure.
You face against anyone who's high rolling and you manage to live, you just instantly steal their whole board.
Yeah. It-
Especially this friend of friend meta, because
Yep.
I mean, you just get a brand and you already win the game. You just see someone with a brand and yeah.
Yeah, especially you go against someone who just triple into like a bunch of 5 drops. You take 15, but then you stabilize your board.
yeah.
Yeah,
Speaking of tests, this particular meta or this particular patch has been super good for stealing heroes, particularly Tess and Scabs. Because of friend of friend, because everyone has brand, right? That. But another like secret OP thing about this particular meta is because Phaeline is new, someone gets offered a Phaeline in every game, right? So, and since the hero's playable, you're seeing Phaeline pretty much 80-90% of the games. And if Tess fights Phaeline, if Scabs fights Phaeline, that's 4 gold and a 5 drop, just given. So because
they have
of
a brand.
yeah, and the brand, yeah. So if you fight those heroes just at the right timings, you just get so much economy that you can play super crazily. So I do think that's something secret that's gonna fall off in 2 weeks when Phaeline isn't offered every lobby. But right now, if you're playing these heroes, that's such a huge advantage for you to have that you guarantee that this hero that's really good for you is gonna be in the lobby.
I just think Tess is not a hero that needs to be needs to be good. Like, she just shouldn't be a good hero. She can be a fun hero. Like, you can sometimes pick her in high roll, but like, why does this? You don't want this hero to be competitively viable. You just
the
don't.
only time she is viable if it's a uniform bad meta, since she just gets to abuse like any like uniformity in the meta to like an insane degree. So like she should just be basically reserved for like the 5k range if you want to do fun stuff, but like she should never be competitively viable, I think.
Yeah, that's a good. She should be an indicator if the meta is unhealthy, right? Like
Correct.
if like elementals are just like OP strong, everyone's forcing it, like, and you're like, oh, Tess is really good right now. That's basically a sign of, oh, the meta is really horrible right now.
Everyone goes 3-3 and plays Quillbores. Yeah, Tess is pretty good right now.
Yeah, I remember when Crovers came out, I was like, Tess is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, I just take Crovers from all of my opponents. Like, yeah, so that is a very good point. Like, it should be used as an indicator of, oh, this meta is unhealthy, instead of just being a blanket, oh, let's just make the hero good.
But I feel like no, but her body is so strong that I feel like no matter what, she will always be good. Yeah.
Yeah, right now
That's the problem.
the buddy is OP.
Yeah.
That's true,
Yeah.
but
Like,
No
should
matter
be
the
nerfed.
meta.
the
So
buddy
if
shouldn't be
you-
OP like this. Like, you shouldn't be able to get
4 drops
like the
before,
problem with
like
the
2 turns
yeah,
before.
the tier 4, like, well, you're getting it 1 turn before usually.
Oh, right.
Because like you get
Right,
it on
right.
turn 5, you play it, and then on turn 6 you can get a tier 4 buddy.
Right,
But
right.
like, why are you getting a tier 4 buddy on turn 6 with like as like 1 free gold kind of?
Yeah.
Like, the fact that you're getting economy is already good enough.
So if you think if we unnerf the test buddy right now, would it still be OP?
You mean if you make it tier 3? I don't think it's
Yeah.
OP at tier 3. No.
Oh, it's
Are
the
we
trigger,
talking
yeah.
like after changes or like assuming this matter?
It's healthier.
Like, she
Maybe
was
they-
not great when it was tier 3. She was kind of
She
bad.
was good, actually.
I mean, she was okay, but she wasn't like amazing.
No, she wasn't oppressive. That's true, but she was still good.
I think playable is a good word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was playable.
Yeah.
And I think that's like optimal if you like looking at us as like the top players. If it's playable for us, I think at low MMR she could actually be quite good and
Yeah.
like introduce like a lot of fun gameplay.
Tess lower MMRs is harder, right? Like, Tess is a hard hero to play, so I would say you'd get worse stats the lower MMR you go. It's when, like, I think Tess gets better the higher you climb because the opponents are better too, and they like uniformly pick good cards, right? Where at lower MMRs, people are just taking whatever they want, and it's
Yeah.
not.
I mean, I think it can be like worse on average, but it also provides a lot of fun gameplay where you face someone like, oh my god, I can steal all of their stuff, right? Like that kind of a fun gameplay happens a lot more
I'm gonna be
because
honest.
of that.
I'm kind of done with fun gameplay.
Oh yeah, me too. But like generally, like lower MMR gameplay isn't, right?
Yes.
Like there are different types of players their Hearthstone needs to make happy, and if like TES is playable for us and like fun for the people that like care more of that type of gameplay, that's quite optimal, I would say. If we like have to have like this balance in the game, I think that's quite a reasonable compromise. Unlike like Friend of a Friend, which was like the opposite. One person gets to have fun and the rest don't.
Well, unless you're Tess, right? But you're saying like you'd like it on Tyrant Tier 3, and that'll make it playable, because right now it is like really strong.
Yeah.
I think the difference between Tavern Tier 2 and 3 is quite significant.
I
Just
would
like
agree.
an extra ton of damage. Like the difference between 3 and 4 is like not as big as between 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like we saw with Brukan how like big the change was just with like the early discover you get from Tier 2 buddies too. Like you get an early 6-drop.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have reasonable time to actually like hit a 4-rip and it's relevant instead of like Tier 3 buddies where you don't have that opportunity. So just the slight shift there probably like slows the hero down enough that on average you will not be having a great game, but you still have the chances for the high rolls. And I think that's quite fair.
I also found that as a tier 3,
Hey, guys.
you were
Hey,
very
Solomon.
often what's up? As a tier 3, you were very often kind of at the point where you probably should sell your buddy, like the turn before it triples. Whereas now it's like, oh wait, like right now I'm like, wait, I just got the triple buddy already. What? Like,
That's true. I'm still sometimes selling my buddy right before it triples, and it makes me sad.
I see it as Barov quite often, where it's like, I need this buddy one more turn, but like you actually have to make the decision, can I keep it around one more turn? Or do I need to sell it? If like you're
Though
having like an
on
average.
Battleground when it was tier 2, I pretty much always sold it before I tripled. Like almost all the time.
So
Because
you won enough.
yeah, because you win enough, but also because after you get the second set of buddies, you can just play one and get your coins double in value anyway for a turn, and then sell it, and then the turn after
Yeah.
do that with the second like last buddy, right? And then you still have multiple turns of full coins, basically.
A lot of games I tripled the bear off, but that means I'm doing well, right?
yeah. Like for
I mean,
me,
or you're winning so hard that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, pretty much.
I usually kept it when I was going like flat tusk, and I was like, well, if I spend more money, then I scale more, so then I'm gonna keep it.
Yeah.
It's definitely a strong go, buddy. But overall, this was a pretty. I mean, it's the patch we've played the most, right? This like Gallywix test patch, and it's been fun. Like, but they're changing things, right? We're moving on to the most recent patch, the friend of a friend patch. I mean, this patch, I feel like I've been playing this patch for so long. it's been like 4 days. Oh my god.
You
But
probably
it's
played
felt
like
like an
all the time
eternity.
you could, right?
yeah, I've been playing the whole
You probably
time for sure.
and stuff.
Oh yeah, it was that patch. So
Like I played like the first day and played like 10 to 15 games and decided this is enough. And decided to like not play until they fix this. And I'm quite happy I actually get to play Hearthstone again within a week. I never expected that. So
There are a lot of
Okay.
complainers, myself included, but I really, really wanted them to change it, so I made my voice
Like-
heard.
like they have a competitive like tournament happening, like a card like friend of a friend should just not exist. Like 1 week before it or like 2 weeks, how long it is. Like that's just not good. Like you're not showing off the players that like dedicated a lot of time into qualifying. Like yourself, and then like a card like that quote unquote ruins that if we like play higher MMR players against higher MMR players, that doesn't seem healthy.
Especially when some people are playing like across servers, right? So like
Oh,
if it's
that's
hosted in
true.
one and you're playing
Like-
across the world, you're not allowed to disconnect.
Oh, that's so true.
Mhm.
One
Like,
like
was-
some people can play friend for friend stuff, and others just literally can't.
Was
Well,
it
It's a
like a
fact.
mobile
It's a
player?
fact that you can also find multiple ice blocks on that. Friend
Yeah.
of a friend. It's just so bad for playing. Like the games goes on forever.
I mean, it just very much it very much makes it look like not a game of skill.
A joke.
And-
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, like,
It's so
like
true.
honestly, especially I think this is probably part of the reason that they had to basically make the call very quickly to get rid of it. It's probably because of Lobby Legends, right?
Yeah.
Especially because it's the first one. Like, I can imagine, like, if this thing's been going on, like, you know, you've had Lobby Legends every month for like a year and a half, and like, you know, this one tournament there's like some really broken stuff and it's a clown fiesta, that's probably acceptable.
Right.
But for the very first one, this is where you're like trying to maybe get sponsors, etc. You really can't afford to have this one be a joke.
Yeah. That's such a good point. There's 2 points you've made. Like, one with the people playing on different servers, and there'd be some people that are playing on the same server, and they're like, "Oh yeah, 8 p.m. is fine for me," and the other players have like a delay with every button. I'm even playing on this, like I'm playing on the NA server. I'm just like, oh, this is like I'm getting so much delay in even my gameplay. And just imagine you're playing on like you're playing on Europe, or you're playing on Asia
Or
Pacific
your
server,
mobile player?
or your mobile. Yeah, there is one person that was only mobile on in the qualifiers, so it's
So they
definitely
get to see,
possible.
like, one friend of a friend a game, and after that they're just waiting for animations.
So bad.
Yeah, that's true. And having a tournament come up and just having it not look like a game of skill would be super sad. Because I do think it is. So that's a very good point. But,
For friend of a friend, when you get the Yogg buddy, do you usually hold it till play at the end of the turn, or do you just
No,
not
you
pick
just
it
don't
at
pick
all?
the
You
Yogg
just
buddy.
don't pick it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I play the Yogg buddy. I'm a Yogger. Right? I played at the end of the turn basically. But what happens is it cuts into your next turn. Is what I've noticed.
Yeah. Like, if you don't disconnect, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, because what happens is there's 5 seconds left. You play the Yogg buddy, and then like 30 seconds will pass while the animations are going, and then the fight will go, and then you get the start, and then you're like 30 seconds later. So you do kind of need a reset, but I didn't, which was probably a bad idea. I should have reset for sure.
I think the one time I played it recently was where it was like, I need a Murloc on board for Sephin. And so that was the only time I took it.
I remember playing a game where I got the Yogg buddy, and then I think I was playing Yogg, and then I was playing friend of a friend. I poisoned my Yogg buddy, right? And then I tripled it. And then I just like ran out of time. I had this golden Yogg in my hand for the rest of the game. I didn't even play it. I didn't play the card. It just sat in my hand. It was like a poison 1842 golden Yogg buddy. That was just like, I can't play this. I don't have the time to play my poison Yogg buddy. It was so funny, but I won the game, right? Which is obviously like if I'm just holding out. But I was like, this is so silly, so stupid. But yeah. Stupid card. I'm not happy to see it gone, but there's definitely, I think a lot of people said it's really fun for spectators, right? Like spectators really enjoyed watching people play with the Yogg buddy, and there are also some people. Shady Bunny really likes the friend of the friend meta. Tyler also notably really likes friend of a friend. I think Jackie also really likes friend of a friend. So there's a couple of streamers that really liked friend of a friend, but I just really didn't like it from a competitive standpoint. And also there's a lot of people that just didn't like the frustration and how it felt like the game was decided on like getting a brand and rolling on 6 for this one card, and nothing else you did could contest this one card. So
I think it's the first time in the game where, like, if you had not the best device, you literally could not play the game like everybody else could. Like, even with Hogan right now, you can still like do most of the stuff. Like, we saw it being done on mobile quite well, but like friend of the friend, kind of like, I could never play out my turns and like lost games like consistently because of it. And Like that's just not maintainable, especially like if you play on mobile and then like getting like I knew like you have like 10 cards in hand and like didn't play any for like 2 turns. Like that's not fun at all. I
Yeah,
would
there's
say.
a difference between like high APM strategies that they get better the more stuff you play, but you don't need to play everything to win, versus friend of a friend where you need to play like a lot of stuff to get to the point where you win. Right?
Totally.
You need to play all of the stuff and discover everything and get all the buddies down before you get enough stuff on board to actually win.
I mean,
Whereas if you're playing APM pirates and you play like 4 fewer pirates a turn, yeah, you're getting less stats, but you're gonna be fine for the most part, right?
Another
That's
issue
not
is
the way it
just the
works.
board states that were created with this card in. It's just uncomparable. And if you're not playing, if you're not like joining in, you're going to lose. Everything your opponent has: Divine Shield, Poison, Ice Block, Wind Fury, Cleave, insane stats, so much health on everything, and they have an Ice Block or secrets on top of that. Like, there's
Yeah.
not a counter. There, you can't make a board that can contest what this buddy can do. Can't do it.
Best board we theory-crafted like being possible is like all Amalgadons and like Pyrospawn. That's like what people have like the idea of like the best possible
I
board.
disagree with that. I think
I
that
disagree
It's
too,
technically
but
not, but it's the most easily achievable one.
like if people talk about it possible being the best board and like some people going there, like we had that board happen like consistently. Like I
And
think
people
like,
lost with that board.
yeah, like, not to like cleave like cleave with Wind Fury, Divine Shield are probably better, like stuff like that.
Yeah,
But-
but like that we were like not considering that as being like a thing you could realistically have, and now like you are running into that.
Yeah, I would say the best board probably requires a couple of things. First of all, probably needs a cleave of some kind, right? The Hydra and the Murloc, I mean the mech one. And also I really think the secret guy buddy is actually like super good if you can proc that over and over, right? Because you get redemption, which is dumb. You get the extra Divine Shield giver, which is super good. You get the poison added as well, which is pretty good. Even the snake trap I've noticed wasn't that bad, because I'd have Divine Shields going into the 1/1 snakes and be like, oh, that was actually pretty relevant. So I think if you can add those two factors there, you're getting into some of that BS. I won some games that were unwinnable because I just had the secret buddy and then the copy death rattle one, the sneeze buddy, and so I just had both of them.
Yeah.
And I'm just like,
my opponent had a Myexna, and I was Gallywix with like the most broken board, but he had a Myexna as Scamzerac, so I lost since I just continued attacking.
I mean, it can theoretically go infinite, right?
Yeah.
Like
That's
pretty
how it can
easily. If you have taunted poison to get it like auto defense splitting, and then just to keep cycling macaws that get redeemed.
Exactly.
You can literally go infinite.
I was quite sad.
Yes.
Just say.
Yeah, the Sneed Buddy definitely resulted in quite a few like completely ridiculous board states for me. Like with like Sneed Buddy with Golden Bran.
Yeah, that's true. you get a golden selfless, and then you just you copy that 3 times, and then you just put it like in the back with taunted, and then like they hit that once, and then everything has Divine Shield again. And it's like, oh.
I think there was even a bug where somebody like used it on an Omega Buster like so often.
Oh yeah,
like,
yeah. Oh, Goldrin. Oh yeah, I saw that too.
Like they're like like they had like 10, 20 like Omega Busters on like one Sneed Buddy, and like
it like overflowed.
Yeah, that's like the game just crashed apparently.
Oh my god.
Like somebody reported a bug, which is pretty hilarious if you ask me.
Yeah, well, that's not healthy, basically.
4 days are enough for 5, right?
Yeah, it's crazy how many stories people have, and the card's been out for just a couple of days, and like there's no end of stories to tell about this card. So I mean, it's actually just nuts that this got through testing. I really don't know. Like
Like it's like the strongest card like ever.
ever,
Like,
yeah.
I
would say so.
my like the optimist in me, who's like kind of an idiot. But anyways,
At least he knows.
yeah. It's like I wonder if they like play tested it. They were like, yeah, this is like insanely broken, but also it's a lot of fun. So we're gonna put it in, but we're like planning on removing it after a week.
it seemed
April
like they
Fool's
had like
patch,
a plan
man.
set up, right?
What?
Like they released it before the expansion hit, and then they also like have the hotfix like available now. Like last time I remember with Diablo, they only had like one hotfix window where they could have done anything. But like it seemed like they were more prepared with like the armor changes also coming up. Like they potentially planned like if this doesn't work out, we can always remove it, and then just like also push the armor changes. I could see that like this.
Yeah,
was
because they had the
fastest
hotfix
response we ever
anyways,
got.
because there were bugs. So then yeah.
Like this was the fastest response we ever got to like an issue like this.
Yeah,
Unlike Diablo.
that's true. Like maybe they were aware this might be problematic. They do play tests with like different groups of people, and obviously they're going to be on different skill levels, and also they're not going to be leaderboard players, right? Like we're not. We
They
don't
had
have
like
access.
two, I think.
Yeah, there's gonna be like one or two, but
Yeah, but I mean it's
that-
not.
like have a leaderboards player in a lobby full of non-leaderboards players,
It's
and
not
they're
the
not
same.
gonna play
Yeah.
optimally, right?
Yeah.
Like lobby legends.
Or like the
being
way
different
you,
than
the
ladder, right?
optimal play does change as well if you're playing versus. And I think the other thing, and I don't know the demographic of their playtesting, but it's like it's if there's a high MMR player doing insanely broken stuff in a lobby with like lower MMR players, it can sometimes be hard to tell like is this unbalanced and like or like will it actually be okay once like they're playing at their own skill level.
Like crack potentially, right?
Yeah, they said Crag was their best hero in testing, and I was just like, oh, okay, like, okay, Crag is the one. That's the one. Okay.
Did you get like 10 armor or like something like that?
No,
Close.
just refresh your hero power. Like it's the same hero. It hasn't been changed yet. But that was their best hero in testing, So that kind of gives you an insight into kind of what they're working with, right? So.
No, when it
Considering
first
that,
came
the game
out,
is still
people would
interesting.
thought he was actually good.
I thought he was
But
gonna be good too.
Yeah, it turned out it wasn't actually that good.
Yeah.
Like we clearly underrated the body meter since like we didn't understand it.
Yeah,
Like
we
that you actually needed to play like full tempo. Like it probably it potentially would have worked out differently if we didn't like play full tempo every turn, and power leveling was like not that.
Yeah,
the
like
game. Oh, go ahead.
oh
I
yeah,
mean,
I was just
we
kind
did
of like
have Crag
emphasizing your point because
protection
like I
now.
remember the devs kind of talking about it and being like, yeah, like if you go 3-on-3, you might get it a turn later. We didn't understand that it was like actually potentially 2 turns, and we didn't understand necessarily that getting your buddy a turn late can very often just mean you get 8th.
Oh yeah,
Like, we
pretty
had,
much
like-
because the other people will have their buddies and you just take 15.
Like we had like one curve, like one decision, like turn 2 and 3, right? I mean, like yeah, like on 4 gold, like you never hit the level button, and like on 5 gold, you sometimes went chief curve, but like that was like the majority of curves like available. Like you could still do like a basic curve, but like the play rate was like significantly down. Like 3-on-3 was even that, like not even 4-on-4. Like so many curves died, and they probably like played a lot of those curves. I assume they played a lot more basic curve, potentially 3-on-3, and then like if you have like a meta like that, which their testing meta is probably way different than ours, like potentially it was actually good. Like
Yeah.
Wicks didn't get changed much. And
Yeah. I mean, I'm guessing in their testing, like they had a lot of data, and they're like, okay, this makes sense, but it's just the meta of like high lobbies are very different from the meta of like a playtest lobby, especially when everyone is in high lobby. Like if you put me in their playtest lobby, I'm gonna come out with a different result because it's like, well, I could I could skip a turn and still win. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's not
Yeah.
it's very different. So it's hard to get that real the real accurate sense of what's going to be really good when the lobbies aren't punishing you enough to really know what needs to be done, right? Because if I play in these, like, because even on ladder, I've skipped turns on ladder and then won the game, and I always like laugh at myself, like, how is that possible? Because I know, like, like,
So,
I should die. But
Generally, that will be on better heroes, though, right?
yeah, of course, like it has to be heroes that have a
yeah.
chance, but
Yeah.
the fact it's possible surprises me. But in
It's
tournaments, you
what we
can't
do
do
when we
that.
level. It's what we do when we level. When you take a level to 6, you spend 9 gold leveling, 1 gold rolling, or whatever. You're basically skipping a turn, right?
Yeah. It's usually the early game that I'm skipping a turn, right? It's usually like turn 1, turn 2, turn 3.
Like
'Cause
4 gold, you missed that, and like you still like won the game somehow. Like that would never happen in the tournament.
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like in tournament, if I skip my first 3 turns, I can concede. Like it's over for me. But in
Fighting
ladder,
for
you can get
seven,
away with
right?
it sometimes. Making a lot of noise.
So like, how do you guys think the meta will turn out? Like going forward, like what
Yeah,
will dominate the
post-patch.
meta? Yeah.
I feel like Acolyte going to 2 actually just destroys a lot of Avenge. That's how I think about it. Most people just play power level and tempo. I feel like Avenge is pretty much dead. If you look at the stats on some of the heroes like Onyxia and Brukan, very good Avenge procs, they like all fell dramatically. The nerf on top of Acolyte, pretty much Avenge is very difficult to play.
I think I think you have to see what happens when friend is removed, because to me, like, the idea of like, oh, I get Avenge and then I'm gonna go to 6 with like some value, etc., is like, doesn't make sense when basically what everybody is doing is they're like, okay, I'm gonna get as much tempo as I can and I'm gonna rush 6. And then I'm gonna roll for brand, I'm gonna roll for friend of a friend. And
Like,
you can have a light spawn, you can have a fellbat, like, I don't care, I have 5 Amalgadons in play. Like
Yeah.
I have like or like I have 4 Amalgadons and like 6 Callies. It's like
Avenge, you took a risk and like scaled and got like payoff in like the form of better scaling, like a fellbat, like a light spawn, right? But if like scaling is basically irrelevant, which we saw with like friend of a friend, like the stats of those heroes will be abysmal. Like Brukan only like is decent because he removes the divine shields of friends of of the Margedons, right? Like that was the main purpose and potentially help you in the early game with like this card. But now you can like play like Jeeve Curve, for example, like actually go for like a light spawn setup again, which like it will be interesting seeing that. Like Lobby Legends with that will be like really interesting how everybody adapted.
Yeah.
I'm just welcoming our Deathwing overlords.
oh my god.
I don't think Deathwing's going to be Overlord. I do think, obviously, people have different play styles, right? Some, like, I like leveling, right? So I don't. For me, this meta's been kind of weird because it's like rewarded people for playing like me, but like having like that fallback pattern of, oh, I hit friend of a friend, so now I don't die, right? A lot of times if you play normally how I play it, if you mess up once, you die. But here, like, you could just do it and not die because the cards that can save you are a lot higher, right? So I want to see how it goes. Going back to that riskier leveling strategy. Like, obviously, some people like staying on 4, doing a lot of mechs and doing a lot of like B stuff and things like that. So I want to see if there's gonna be more. Cause I think Beast right now is like in a crazy stable place, but because of the friend of a friend, it's like doesn't like no one's talking about that new Beast buddy like they should, because his friend of a friend has been oppressive. But I do think there's so much.
Oh yeah, it's too strong.
Yeah, it's way too strong.
Yeah.
Ridiculous right now. They have insane tempo, and if you triple into Crash, you are not gonna lose fights for a while.
Unless your
Also,
opponent
Rattler
also
on
tripled in
4 is
Crush.
still insane. Like,
Yeah,
the way it
Rattler
was
on 4
originally
doesn't
and now
make
again,
sense.
like, it doesn't belong there at all. I don't know why it's there again.
Yeah,
Like
like
beasts have like 3 good 5-drops, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's so valuable tripling into 5-drops in like beast lobbies. It's kind of insane. Like you either get insane tempo and direction, or like any of the options, right? It's really hard to miss. Like strong shell being gone too. Like 5 will be really premium right now. Like, to actually
Mhm.
find the direction again.
Yeah,
mean, it
even the
currently is,
reborn
but yeah.
is tier 4. The reborn tier 4 actually just makes like tempo beast is just so good. You can find a mama, you can reborn it. You find a croc, you reborn it. You pretty much you can't lose for the next like few battles.
Like
Another
the
hit
only
for, like,
weakness of an
poison.
early mama bear used to be, well, if the mama bear gets sniped, the rest of your board sucks. Well, if you can find a rattler on tier 4 while you're rolling for your beasts anyway, then it practically can't get sniped anymore, and then you don't have weaknesses anymore.
It also makes leaper playing leaper much easier. You only need a rivet there, and that's it. Finding snake, you can stay on 4, and you can just go full leapers.
Like beasts have so many tools now to like they can beat stats and they can beat poison, and that's quite valuable, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm thinking we'll see a decent amount of beasts in the tournament, just because where they are right now isn't super balanced, and it's also safe, right? Because you just need to hit a 5, and then you can kind of build around that safely, right? Because you hit a single mama, and you can like stay on 4 for a turn, stabilize, and then level and get the rest of the pieces you need since the reborn's on 4. So I do think it's going to be one of the safe minion types that people
What
like
is
kind of.
what is the format in the tournament again? Like is it top 4, top 3?
So it's 16 people, and then there'll be 2 lobbies, and then the top 4 of both lobbies will be put into a final 8 lobby. And
Yeah, like that seems like a tempo fiesta, like
yeah,
all the way.
yeah,
With
yeah.
Like I
actually an
think
interesting
leveling to
change.
5 will just be dead.
In previous few patches, if you're going for 5s, you almost needed multiple of them. Like a single 5 is never enough. But
Right. Yeah. I see
with
what you're
those
saying.
beasts, a single 5 just is enough, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just
So it's gonna be
such a
nice.
huge.
Like, yeah, I think Reno gets a lot better. Zephyrus gets even better.
Yeah.
Zephyrus. Let's not give
Zephyrus.
the hero more power, please. Hero's nuts. But yeah, it's gonna be cool. I'm gonna be excited to play tomorrow. I've been kind of like sad playing over the past couple of days, but now I'm gonna be like, all right, I get to actually see what the meta is actually gonna look like in a couple of weeks. So it's gonna be nice.
I think like the Lobby Legends push will also be really interesting since like everybody's adapting, right? Like we had like 5 days of adapting to like friend of a friend to like take it away again. Like we had so many meta shakeups, like everybody like gets their spot where they can shine.
There's actually not that much time left, right, for the second qualification.
Not.
Nah.
A week and a half.
A week and a half, yeah. Yeah.
That's like time if you play like 24 hours a day, like Tyler, so you can easily do it.
Oh yeah, you could definitely do it, but it's still not that long, right? Like you do have to grind it if you aren't already super close. So
You have any predictions of what the top 16 will end up at?
it's gonna be the exact same people from the first one.
I'm saying MMR base.
Like we had a prediction of like 14.3 on like EU specifically, but like the buddy, like a friend of a friend, really messed that up. Like I think Thorin climbed like 2k MMR. It felt like that's kind of hard to account for. I think the whole EU leaderboard like gained like the cutoff
500.
gained like 500 600 MMR like in like 2 days or so. Well, before it was like 50 to 100. Like I think it's basically not really predictable right now.
People
Yeah, I
climbed a
think I
lot
got
right after
600 in a day with friend of a
the
friend.
friend.
Like day one. It's stupid.
Yeah, just people climbed a lot right after the patch, and then no, it's calmed down. And actually, some people are going down. I've been going down in the last 2 days, so yeah, it's I don't know what. Yeah, I think at the point the cutoff were like over 14k. No, it's like 13.8. So yeah, it will go up a bit, but yeah, it will be fine now.
Just talking about the meta, people will not stop at like 14.50, I assume. Learning from last time. Like they will go for like the 14.100 and then stop. Like a lot of people like know that they need to be camping now.
Yeah, that's true. There were so many people like at the exact same MMR at the cutoff. Like I was like, oh damn. It was like 10 MMR between like 5 spots. I was like, okay, that's
I think Zork made it, and then he like wanted to play one more game, got a top 8, and then dropped 300 MMR and didn't qualify.
Oof.
Like people will probably be way more likely to just say like, this is good enough, I will play if like people actually pass me, instead of like trying to push the envelope. Like they will just sit at like 14 now instead of like sitting like only if they're like top 10. So people will have time, like more opportunities to catch up, I assume.
yeah. Hopefully, it's nice to see the competition, the grind. It's nice if you're a spectator. That's how I feel. Like if
It's
you're
really fun.
yeah, if you're competing, it's so painful. I did not have fun. Competing that weekend, I had to play all like I shouldn't have played. Right, I shouldn't have played at all. I was already there. I was so in there. But I played a couple games. I lost like it's always that you get 1/8, and then you're just like, oh, I need to recover that, and then you play and you get another 1/8, and you're like, well, now I'm screwed. Right, so I had to spend the weekend like just grind, play like 80 games or so just to go back to my original MMR. Like it was like such a pain. But I assume if you're like watching, you don't have any pressure on you. There's no stress, right? You watch a person lose, it's like who cares? It's like, oh, it feels bad for them. But,
the last day as a spectator was like one of the most fun things to watch. Like we had like XD doing like a 48-hour stream, Zork streaming like 24 hours. Then like we didn't know what was up with Waterloo. We had like RDU going like try hard, and like you could have like all the streams open at the same time and just see like, oh, he just won a game and he just won a game too. Like, oh, like is he gaining 30 MMR, 20 MMR? It's like it was a great opportunity for Watchstone, and I hope like somebody sets that up so like we can like see the competition there, like the head to head. Like it was like great as a viewing experience, I would say. Playing it probably was like horrendous.
Yes. I disagree. I mean, I agree, but like, it was so stressful. It was so stressful, dude. I hadn't had that much kind of like mental stress in quite a bit of time, just because of the problem was I was already there, right? And then I played and I lost it, right? And I just like it feels so bad to be like, yeah, I shouldn't have played. I threw. So I just had to like grind it out to make it back, and it was just not fun. But it's good practice, is what I tell myself, and hopefully I'll be more prepared next. Like this month, I'm gonna try not to be in a position where I have to like grind over the weekend. That's my goal.
So asking the next question, are you like happy with the format of qualification? Like as you as the
top
participant?
16.
Yeah. Or like where would you go if like you're not particularly happy?
The top 16 qualifier, I guess I'm okay with. The qualification for the actual finals, there's not enough games, right? Like 3 games and then half the people are dropped from that, and then 3 games and then you're done. It's just not enough. You're not gonna have the most accurate representation of who makes it in. We saw some players that just got bad heroes, and it's hard
like
to
Tyler.
Yeah,
Tyler got terrible heroes.
Yeah, he really did. It's hard to be like, oh yeah, you don't deserve to make it in. Like the heroes are just unplayable that he had, and how do you adjust for that? You adjust for that with more games, right? Or something like that. Or you adjust for that for balancing the game where there isn't these many unplayable heroes. But we're asking for a bit much, right? If not that, then you adjust with more games and just like having 3 and then it's cut out, and it's such a high skilled lobby that you can't
The margins
salvage.
are so like small, right?
Yeah.
Like let's say you lose 5% on hero select, which is like probably like really like a good estimate for Blizzard. Like you can't recover that if like everybody's like so close.
Yeah.
Like one player is like making the difference, but that guy is like playing Gallywix, so where you like spend 50 gold in a turn, and the other guy is like playing Patchwork, where the buddy is like the worst version of Gallywix's buddy. Like that's not an equal playing field.
But we've seen this issue with like every other tournament that's ever been had with this game when there's multiple like high level players competing. If you have like 3 or 4 of them in one lobby, usually the lobby is kind of a shit show where whoever whoever top 8s is basically random, right? And now instead of 3 or 4, you literally have like a lobby of 8 people who are all at that level. So top 8s can effectively feel random based on like hero select in some early matchups, which really feels like you need like a dozen games before you can properly like eliminate that randomness
Like
to some
6 to
extent.
8 is the minimum. It's like from hosting tournaments, like you need 6 to 8 games and like lobbies like that to like get anything close to like semblance of like fair results, I would say. Like you
Yeah.
always need to take in mind you can't play too many games, but like 6 is like minimum, right?
I think 5 would be okay, but the issue is like they wanted to do it all in one, because we ended up playing 6 games overall, right? But they wanted to do it all in one day, and that took 6 hours, right, to just play 6 games.
Yeah.
And you can't just expect, oh yeah, we're gonna have a 12-hour day. That's like unreasonable. Or they either have to split it between 2 days, right? But that means they have to pay their whoever's working
Those time zones, like it's so hard.
yeah, you have to pay them double, right, for another day, and that also is something to think about. So there is a lot of like caveats to it. It just feels weird being like, oh, I got a couple of bad heroes and now it's over for me. It like all my effort just gets like I've played hundreds of games and now these 3 games I got bad hero, I'm out. Like it's just so rough. So.
It feels disproportionate, I would say.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like if like let's say like we would have played the tournaments for qualification, then like you get those 3 games, I think it would still feel bad, but like not horrendous to lose there, right? But like if you play like 200 games, 300 games, like I think some people played that much if we look at like the entire time span.
Right.
And you get like lose because in 3 games your heroes were bad, like that just
Well,
must be crushing.
That would also depend on like the format of qualifying tournaments, right? If we're looking at something similar to like the Masters Tour events where you have like multiple qualifiers and you play like entire like for half a day you play to get into like a top whatever finish, and you do that 7 times to make it into a Masters Tour, right? If you have that kind of a qualifying tournament system for BGs, it's still gonna be on a similar scale as the ladder qualifications are.
I was
now.
more looking at like the current tournament, like you have a 1-day event and like you qualify, which like
probably but like the thing where like, oh, you play for so long to get that ladder finish and then it's over in 3 games, right? But if you have a tournament qualifying thing, that tournament qualifying thing is probably also a huge amount of effort and input to make it through. And then it's still gonna feel like equally terrible to be out in 3 games, right?
Do you think they should increase the number of participants for Lobby Legends?
I don't.
I think 48 is a good number.
I think you can't handle much more from an event size point of view, where like we already have the problem of like we want more than 3 games. If you have more people participating, it becomes a real issue, like how you get enough games in to like get rid of variance.
I mean, I think having an extra layer on top of it would be fine. Like instead of top 16 of ladder, have it be top I don't know,
Top
32
8?
of ladder. No, like have it be top 32 of ladder, but have one
Oh.
extra like preliminary round or something like that, right? So you separate it more into ladder play versus tournament play. So you don't
I could
have like a small size of tournament after a lot of ladder. Instead, have
Like-
less ladder and a bit more tournament. I think that would be fine.
I was like looking into like a split system, like where like you let's say just like 12 people qualify from ladder and like 4 from like a tournament kind of style. And like
Yeah.
a lot of people raised the complaint like the time investment is like not reasonable for a lot of good players, which is sadly true.
Yeah, having a way to get in without actually having to play a ladder would be kind of cool. You know, maybe not like half the lobby or so, but like having a tournament system and being like, oh, top 2 or top 4 from this gets to qualify in, so you can go that direction. I know there's a lot of players, especially streamers and so that I was talking, that didn't like that they had to like go compete and like fight for the top 16 spots, but they do well in tournaments, and if they had a tournament bracket or a tournament section, they would definitely be training and trying to do well in that one. So it would be
Like-
cool. The first one is hard, right? Because we're still kind of finding out the format and the details. But after this first Lobby Legends, it opens up more design space to try different things.
Yeah, like I talked with them and they actually seemed really receptive to like improvement ideas. Like they were like asking like other people that hosted tournaments before like what like big improvements they see. So I definitely think or at least I hope so. Like we will see some improvements there. But I think top 16 for a start is like better than we could have expected.
Yeah.
Like did we expect like top 4, right?
Yeah. Okay, so I was trying so hard at the beginning because I was expecting it was top 4 or so, and I was like, well, I gotta try. So I was just like, well, okay, there we go. Right, so I get to number 1 because I was like, oh, if I'm not top 1, I don't have a safe bracket to be top 4, right? But then as soon as they told me it was top 16, I was like, okay, I can slack. You know, drop a little bit because it didn't matter. I dropped too much. That's my issue, right? But I was expecting it to be a lot more strenuous than it was. So I'm kind of happy that it's 16, so that you have more people in and more people can fight to make it into the actual tournament.
It seemed like a good compromise for the first season.
Yeah, for sure.
I think
Like,
16 is fine because you always have the really good people like XQN, like they will always be there, and then the rest can change a bit. But I think personally, I like it. I think it's a good number. My only issue was the number of rounds in the qualifying tournament, but yeah.
what
I
do
think
you guys? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
What do I think
Go
about
ahead.
what?
No, like, yeah. What do you guys think about like number 1 qualifies like directly or some kind of way like that? So like we also get a fight for like number 1. That's not just like the number 1 camps. At least from a viewer's perspective, I think that would be quite interesting. I don't know, like the competitive point of view from like the people that actually competed for like Lobby Legends right now. Like what would you guys be thinking about that? Like let's say like an XQN, if he finishes number 1 EU, gets like a direct invite to like the second phase of the event.
Yeah, I think that would be interesting and good.
I guess that would
I'm not
be,
sure that it's actually enough of an incentive.
yeah.
honest. Like,
you-
we already have, if someone feels like they can get number 1, they will already do that just for the fact of being number 1, right?
And I would say that incentivize more camping, right?
Yeah.
You just get number 1 and you wait for someone to beat you. If someone's not beat you, don't move it at all. So
Yep.
I feel like
No,
that's
that's reasonable.
like for number 1, like the best strategy for me, if I actually want to stay number 1, is just don't play on the account until someone beats you. From experience. So I don't know if that actually helps.
But
No,
you still
no.
have to get number 1.
Yeah, but I mean, once you get you have to. I mean, but I think that's the goal of like if you're number 2, like what's your goal? I'm gonna go for number 1. Like it's just what you do. So I think that's gonna happen anyways. The thing is like once you get there, there's not really a point to like continue climbing, right? That's the issue. There's not really a point to continue climbing unless you're trying to beat someone else. Because you like when you're number 1, the point. I mean, even when you're like top 5, the point gain and the point loss is so skewed against you. Like the game wants you to lose because you're too high rated. So it doesn't make too much sense to keep saying, "Oh, I'll just get lucky," or "I'll just outplay my opponent every time," especially when you're tired, right? It kind of it rewards you for like just chilling a bit and like waiting for someone else to try to overtake you. And then if they can do it, then you get a better point system since you're not number 1, and then you can climb over them easily. It's
So
not
we
even
need MMR decay. That's what I'm hearing.
sure. I don't
No.
care, but it doesn't matter. To me.
No.
You don't play on your main. That's what.
No. MMR decay is just saying you have to play even more games, which I feel like is just really restrictive on what section of players can actually like make it to the top, right? Unless you're
yeah.
saying, oh, you're only getting MMR decay if you're like in the top 5 or whatever, and if you're
I
doing
would have
that,
it at
I
like
think
only
that's
top
wasted effort.
25, but I think the
Yeah,
implementation of
like
like
that
is
feels
probably
like
not
wasted
worth it.
effort, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, you only have MMR decay if you're in the top 25 or the top 30 or whatever. That just feels like wasted effort. And if you have it everywhere, that's just hugely restrictive on like players that don't play as much, right?
No, yeah, I agree with that.
That affects no one if it's top 25. It's just like, oh, it's me. Like, it's just,
Yeah.
Basically saying "fuck you, Colin." Like,
can't quite, yeah. But yeah, I guess if you look at it like that, it doesn't really make that much sense, you know. But
like I heard it a lot. So, like, if we all agree, like, it's probably not worth like implementing even like.
But
Probably
there's already
just-
some MMR inflation anyway, so it's kind of the same anyway. And unless you're really high and you can stay, I mean, you always kind of have to play because people keep getting higher and higher anyway. So I don't know. I don't know what decay would change here. It's just the same. No.
yeah, I mean, it'd probably be the same for a lot of the players.
Yeah, I think it's probably not. It's not a big deal. It feels like it's going to solve some minor issue and potentially introduce much bigger issues.
Yeah, you can't take a week off. Like, oh, I'm going on a trip. Well, you got to play during the plane ride. Okay, I don't know.
Ready queue a game, lose it, and be really sad for the
Yeah.
rest of the trip.
Fred,
No victory.
that's so me. That's so me. I'm like, oh, I'll play one game before I go, and I lose. And I'm like, oh, I'm so mad. Why did I do that?
More content for streamers, like less fun for streamers too. But I don't want them to like mess with the MMR system. I'm kind of scared of like past changes they did to it.
Season 2.
Oh
Don't
god.
mention it more.
So
And technically season 4 too.
Then season 1.
we kind of have our finals, right? Any thoughts about the finals like coming up in a couple weeks?
I would say like the Japanese community is like so hugely impressive. It's insane. Like make 4 players made it, I think. And like that's just pretty insane considering like the format wasn't great, but like everybody that made it from the Japanese community was like known to be like one of their favorites. So I think they definitely deserve a shout out there. And also a shout out to you for actually like making it, representing the NA community who gets to lose to the EU players. It's gonna be good.
Wow, I see how it is. There's some bias in this chat. Yeah, I mean, definitely the Japanese players, right? They had to climb through our leaderboard as well, and they definitely showcased their skill. So it's always cool to see that, and it's also nice just seeing like there's players from every region. I feel like NA maybe has the least players, right? It's just me and Kurt, but the rest of the regions have quite a good number of players representing. So kind of cool to see that as well. And then we have the players from China. We haven't really, well, I haven't really seen too much of them, right? But I mean, they're all gonna be good as well. So it's gonna be pretty scary for a tournament and kind of
Like last time we saw Chinese players, like their playstyle was like way different, which was like an interesting thing to see.
they are a little bit isolated, but they do have it's not like they have players playing in our servers as well, right? But they sometimes their meta is a little bit different than ours, just because it's not a one-to-one translation. If something changes in NA, it doesn't like immediately change in China. If something changes in China, it doesn't immediately bounce back to NA or so. So there sometimes you'll have like different branches of like strategies warping their individual game styles, and then when it all comes together, you kind of see it, right? Because the other three servers are kind of together in how people interact with each other, but since the China has its own like forum, it has its own streamers and whatnot, they can do completely different things and not have it bounce back.
I remember like the global event where like NA won in the end. Some Chinese people actually thought there was like collusion
Yeah,
because
I remember.
we were playing Warrior Curve. They're clearly indicating to each other that like they're that hero, which I found quite hilarious to hear. But like if you never saw that curve before, like many of us in the beginning, like that's quite insane. Like why would you do that? It like took a long while to like adjust our playstyle, and they probably like mostly saw it for the first time, like used this like to this degree.
Yeah,
Must have been like a huge like difference. It's like
I remember, for example, in season 1, right at the beginning, everyone in China was spamming Khadgar's transition crazy shenanigans, and
Yeah.
nobody did it over here.
yeah,
They pioneered that strategy. They could be playing a different game. It's gonna be interesting.
I thought it was too much effort. Like Shady was like, "Let's do that." I was like, "No, I don't want to."
I remember that conversation.
But back then, like at least what I did is just collect a brand and some primal fins and get like a single Megasaur and call it a day, right?
Yeah.
Like why would you go? Why would you do that?
Remember when we thought that was like the most complex APM heavy intensive thing we would ever be doing in the game of Battlegrounds? Where like
it's why we first quit out.
Yeah, like you played like 4 tokens on the board, and you were like, "Oh, this is insane!" You actually like skipped the animations for the tokens, so you could pick your Mega Source in time, and then they introduced APM pirates, like friend of a friend, and we're like, "Yeah, this is acceptable." Like the community improved so much. Like if we compare like the seasons, it's kind of insane.
Yeah, I would love to like just like go back in time and just watch some of like my old, like I guess I could do that now. I have the VODs, but like just like as a community watch some of like the old, or like day 10 gameplay and just be like, yeah, this is wrong. Like, Collins, what are you doing?
I read my old Reddit post of what we thought was like optimal at the time, and it's quite hilarious.
I mean, but it was a different game. Like I believe buying Clunker was optimal back then, which nowadays is something crazy. But the quality of cards was so much lower that it was different.
I think there were like some huge missed opportunities if we like consider chat was in the game for such a long time, and like we like actively.
But like, what was the payoff? The better
what 6 drops were so good?
There was Void Lord on tier 6. Fucking Void Lord.
Yeah. Yeah.
High main.
Oh my god, you're right. I do remember that. That's true.
But I mean, you don't have to go for 6s. You can go for 5s and get the Boogie Monster. How about that?
Oh my god, dude. OP.
Oh, I remember that card.
The Beast trade stat. Don't forget that. Who needs the Beast?
Dude, I love the Beast so much.
Crowd favorite was the nuts.
Oh my god.
I actually crowd favorite was so cool.
Yeah, I really like that
Okay.
card. I'm sad to see it gone. It would have been so good this meta too. Like all the battle cards, just like pop.
Yeah. So you sell it for the Divine Shield Poison Dong. I see.
No. You give a Divine Shield Wind Fury. It's nuts, right? Like you just
And
take
then you lose to Pyro Spawn, the classic.
Quite. But yeah, that was true. It's definitely a different meta back then, and it'd be pretty interesting. But I don't know if I want to go back.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I think the game improved like a lot, especially with like we have like way more choices. Like we're still complaining about some of the same stuff, but like they actually removed the token now. Like that's a huge improvement.
Yeah, what do you guys think about the token
I
change?
disagree.
You guys like it?
I think it's good.
Like we still have
Especially
Alley Cat,
because
right?
the best thing about the token change is that I don't know about you guys, but I've been playing Shudder, I've been playing Bran, I've been playing Jandis. You play them differently, and they're still very good. They're just new heroes, and it's amazing. I love it.
JK, you want to comment on no
Oh
token
yeah,
Jandis?
I've been playing Jandis with like 1 and 0 tokens for like months now, and it's perfectly fine, and nobody
Jandis
likes to listen to me say it. Apparently,
Bran. Shudder and Bran are really good.
It was wrong when there was 2 tokens in J Keurig. That's why. Now it's questionable.
Yeah.
Like I'm happy they removed
candy.
the only like Tidehunter was the only token which was like also the highest tempo minion, right? It was not only like Alley Cat where like you actually had you had to pay health to like get the econ advantage. Like Titan was like, I win the fight and I get more money. Like removing that aspect, so like you have like payoffs and risks and like a balance between like one drops. I think that's like a great step the game is taking there. But I'm kind of scared of like poison being like close to extinction, how it feels. Like people like pushing for Seth and Amargadon's removals for like feels like years now, and I'm scared they might eventually be getting it. Like we got rid of Maxna and like there's no replacement.
There needs to be replacements if poison gets adjusted or removed. There has you can't just remove SI Fin or Tox Fin and be like, yep, they're gone now. Bye bye. Like stats are king. Like there has to be some...
delete Trickster. Jesus.
Yeah, fair.
Not a fan of Trickster.
it's not only Trickster.
It's so broken.
As Sleepy, all the stats is broken. Like it's not just Trickster.
Yeah, but Trickster, like whatever
just
stat
happens to be tier 1.
Right, it's a 1-drop, and then whatever like other broken stat gain you use on Trickster gets like tripled or quintupled if you have a Baron.
What if you selfless it and move it to tier 2?
Yeah.
It might be, that might be okay, right? Like, it's gonna be way harder to get a golden Trickster.
Bigger.
Yeah, same. Yeah, right. That's
right, because like people just have golden Trickster so often
easily. Yeah.
I think it might change.
Trickster and Imprisoner and change the stats.
Oh, switch it in Prisoner.
I mean, on tier...
making Prisoner like a 2/2 is the new Acolyte, but it's
just an Acolyte, yeah.
I would like to see the meta with like Tavern 1 is significantly weaker now, so like with like basic curve coming back, like Trickster frequency might decrease. I'm not sure how much the impact is, but I would definitely
the other thing with Trickster is that right now with buddies there are a lot more stats in the game. Like once buddies are gone, maybe Trickster will be fine again.
I don't know, because I think Trickster might be even worse with the friend of a friend gone, because now there's no... It's not going to be easy to just like have a full board of Amalgadon poisons. You're still going to have to work with it.
Oh, yeah, I didn't meant friend of a friend. I meant like all the buddies in general.
Oh, that might be a while.
All the buddies get removed. Like you don't have Mutanus bullshit, you don't have King Mukla bullshit, and it's hard to make a big Trickster.
That's a while though. Like
we don't even have a date for that, right?
And I could also see them extending it.
Yeah, me too. Like they said it might not be around forever, but it really just depends on the reception of the player base. I feel like if the player base really likes the buddies, they're just gonna be like, you know what, it's fine, let's keep them. So It's definitely possible that we'll have buddies for a lot longer. It's like almost
feel
like
like-
Diablo, right? Like,
I mean, they said they were gonna be in for longer than prizes, and prizes were in for months, like 2 or 3 months.
They also said they will
Before.
be monitoring like if they keep it around or not. And
Yeah.
from like what I'm reading, the majority of the player base likes buddies. And so like we still need adjustments to like especially the buddy meter. But if the general reception is positive and like you have more content in the game, like I could easily see it like being extended.
Yeah, I feel like the game would feel more bland, like without the buddies now. So I could definitely see them staying forever. Personally, I think it would be fine for me.
Like we had like
I think
prizes,
if
right?
they introduce the calling change and do buddy cry, then maybe they can keep them forever. But with battle cries, it's gonna be broken. They can't.
yeah,
It's too broken.
Yeah, some of
Like
can, yeah.
I would like buddy meter adjustment. Like we need like the buddy cry, like Colin, Sleepy, and so many others pointed out. Like Soren just now, I think, if I didn't get the voice incorrectly.
that's correct.
Potentially, and then like potentially like get the power level a bit more down, so like buddies are not dominating as hard as they are, since like it's really hard to like design future stuff. Like in mind, if like
If you look
need
at the
to
new
compete
heroes,
with buddies.
most of them are unplayable without their buddy. They're just
Yep.
designing heroes for the buddy. It's weird.
So I do wonder about the buddy meter change. Have they said anything at all about even like potentially considering changing the buddy meter itself?
No, I haven't heard.
I don't think so, right?
They
But the
said at the
answers I
beginning that they were willing to make adjustments. They might have made stealth adjustments that we just don't know about.
I think they
the
have actually.
Yeah, I think
All
so
right, time
too.
to tweet.
my tweet so far didn't get answered, but
Oh
that's,
yeah,
like,
I mean my last tweet about it didn't get answered either. But hey, I
like we're
tweeting more.
used to that. Like I just tweet enough, so like eventually I get answers. That's the trick.
I think they've made it where there are breakpoints in how the max you can get. Where if you have a tier 2 buddy, it always seems like you can fill the buddy meter even if you're like not supposed to. Like it kind of like, let's say you need to do like 35%, you can get that if you have enough attack. Where it felt like before at the very beginning there's like a cap, like, oh, you can only get like 30 something, and then like, oh yeah, you're 99, 97. Now it feels
I
like
agree with
you can get the buddy no matter what.
Like before, when it just came out, I remember a tier 2 buddy, I can get it on turn 4. But now I never see that anymore. It's always turn 5.
It's because that was Millhouse and Illidan, right? They had it. What you can still get it turn 4. What matters is you have to win or super win the first fight, and it's hard to do that.
I was like playing Deathwing. I win every single battle and max every damage cap, and I still get it on turn 5.
Yeah,
I'm like
that
always like
shouldn't
90 something
happen.
% there.
Yeah, Deathwing you should get it on turn 4 if you're if you're doing it well. Deathwing and Mukla.
The one thing Deathwing does have is that he very often ties his like first 2 fights. Or at least his first fight very often.
Yeah,
like, it doesn't trade, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you start
the difference between winning and tying is huge, and if you are Deathwing and you face someone that, well, I mean, there's no Acolyte anymore, but let's say you face someone that buys an Icky Imp, well, you can only tie if you get your own, right? If you face someone that plays an Alley Cat, either you have an Icky Imp or you tie, right? That's what I've noticed.
I think you can't tie, right? Like then it's like gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you have to win while dealing a lot of damage.
So it is still possible.
Yeah, it's possible, but it's harder.
Yes.
Like I see it way less frequent now.
Mukla does it. I guess if you don't like, if you get like a token turn 1 with Mukla, you can do it.
With Elemental, Big Banana.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you get the buddy turn 4.
Like you also need to play them all. Like a lot of people hold them. Right?
I hate it, dude. It's a pet peeve of mine.
Like you need to face somebody with Icky Imp, for example, at some point, stuff like that.
Yeah, like from what I know, a lot of people hold like one or so instead of
I
like playing
hold the
both.
small
Right?
bananas and play the big ones.
Yeah, it's the same for me.
It's wrong.
And that's the rule. Like
It's
everybody
wrong.
uses.
I hate it. Stop play them all.
Yeah.
Just
Play them all.
Play them
Yes.
all. Yeah. Play them all.
Like if it speeds up your body one turn, like especially turn one, I think you should play it. If it doesn't, then like you're still winning. Just keep them right.
Yeah, at least turn 1, turn 2. Turn 3, I don't care as much. But like the early turns, the buddy meter difference is too much, and then you also lose fights. Like when I see Mukla in the early game losing fights, man, I'm just
Mukla on 30 HP on like turn 5.
What is going on? I agree, dude.
It's fun when you're playing Bear off, though.
It's hard. Tilts me so much. Want to get that player out of the game. Like I never trust him. Like if I'm never betting on you again.
Yeah, and then like you bet against them like every turn, and then like one time you bet for them like every turn. One time you bet against them, like they always lose that one. There's like some great barrel of pattern.
Same thing. I never bet on a Varden because they are a player that picked Varden. That's my strat. Like no, they don't deserve
That's
a bet.
actually true. Like, whenever I see Vardan, I never bet on him, and I lost the bet once. I think it's the right choice.
Like I remember Shadow's barrel picking strategy is he just like looks at the hero list and picks the better hero. That's all he does, and he like.
It's probably correct. You know. Like,
pretty often, yeah.
Yeah, like ignore like every turn. He just like looks better hero, and if like can't decide, you always pick the one with the triple, and that's like all he does. Like no like complicated thinking, just like better hero click and.
Like I feel like you still have to consider the tribes. I think that's an important thing.
No, you just click on the button. Like
that should work most of the time, but should
also
does. Work.
Like just clicking the button and like picking the hero you like more is like surprisingly effective.
I mean, especially if you consider that on average, right? If you're betting at random, the buddy still means you're earning gold. Like once you have the buddy, if you picked completely at random, you still earn gold over time. It's not like you're, going neutral if you're basically going at random, right? So you're doing slightly better than random, and the buddy means any gold you get is actually +2 gold.
That's true. So there's a lot to do with that hero. I guess it's not the worst hero to play, and I do like I do like playing the hero a bit much. I think we can talk about some of the general heroes. I kind of made this list before I saw the patch, so you're kind of like, oh, these are the broken heroes. But yeah, the first one I want to talk about is Arana. Right, she was number 1. I think she did get nerfed right down to armor 0, but I still think she's gonna be playable, right?
She's still busted, yeah.
Yeah.
Fallen Sky needs to talk about this.
Arana is no armor anymore?
No, like they patched it like the patch came out like
I think she's even better because without friend of friend, it's easier to win lobbies with her now.
Yeah, I think it is better, but it goes to show you how much why did she have armor in the first place, right? Like,
I think database error is the most likely with Chanson.
Do people still play the stay on 2 strategy, or they actually love it?
Yeah. Well, I think right now you can do either one. Kind of depends. Like if you got like I had a game where it's like my turn 3 shop is 2 road boards in it. Like I'm not playing Party Rock from that position. I'm just gonna go get Bran in front of a friend and win the game. But like you also do just play like Party Rock when you get it. And I think now with the less armor, you're way more incentivized to do that, to just play Party Rock.
Yeah, it's riskier to not do Party Rock, so you'll default to Party Rock more often because of that.
But it's basically like Leech or like you can do some other things, but it's just so much easier and consistent to just keep at tier 2. And
it's whack toggle, boys. It's tier 2 whack toggle. That's how I look at it.
It's even better, I think, than mod toggle, honestly. It's a bit riskier because walk
You have a
you
taunt,
have
right?
40 HP the whole time, but like the end game is better. Don't
Like
have to
Arana
say
has a
what you
huge
have.
taunt, and you kill people with it, since like they can't kill your taunt.
I mean,
Yeah,
to be
you
fair,
do more damage in general.
your
Yeah, that's
parties
true.
get to like 60-60. They can't even kill your parties. That's my experience with Arana. I just play Ghoul, Gold, and Selfless in top 2, and then I win the game.
Yeah, especially with
And I stay
Manix
on
not gone.
tier 2 the whole game. If Pirates are in, you stay on tier 2, you only buy the 3-3 and the 2-2, and that's it, and you won the game. 9 parties, 6
Yeah.
drops. Recipe, done. It's too broken. It's uncounterable with Murlocs out. It's gonna win the lobbies, it's gonna be
Yeah.
too strong. Only Gallius and Zephrys can counter. I've killed Zephrys with golden Nomi. It doesn't make sense.
And
It's probably
can-
because you had all the elementals, he couldn't find anything and died.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, I didn't know me, and I didn't roll an elemental for like 5 turns. I have no clue how I survived. But like Arana had like all the elementals. There was the Millhouse elementals and like the Test elementals. I think there were like none
there's
left in the pool.
also the other strategy in which you play Silas and you stay on 2 and Beast is in.
Yeah,
And you get a very
Such a
big
waste.
that's such a
absurd
waste.
risk. It's a Silas strat only. I don't know if it's just better to do on elementals, but you can't do on the elemental because you need to discover 2 drops from Silas, and you need those death rattles. So you can't do the elemental strategy on Silas. You will have to go the Ceratus combo.
Yeah, but Silas, you don't really want to be a tier 2 gamer. You just
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah, I seen
Like,
a
you're
few
better
people.
than that.
I seen in tournaments and people manage to get quite far with the combo. Is especially with Manix not gone, and if Murloc is not in, it's actually a quite viable strategy.
We need to talk more about this because I don't like playing Silas. So if you give me a strategy, I can do AFK brain with Silas. I'm kind of interested. So let me know what the details on that one is.
I mean, I usually like if it's no poison lobby on Silas, I'd rather just go Tavern 4 and get a bunch of Peggies.
Yeah,
Yes,
for
yeah.
sure. That's.
But you
usually the
die.
strategy.
That's the
I've
best strategy.
I have played that twice, and then I don't hit a Peggy, and I feel like I've thrown my game, and it's over. So if
If you
the
don't hit the
strategy,
Peggy, you just tier up to 5 and try to do something stronger. But
oh well, I guess
And you just kind of like buy stuff that's decent, right? You just like stall until you get the Peggies, and then once you like have 2 Peggies, you just start going.
Like Collins, how is leveling safer?
no, but you can either stay at 4 and try to get a strong board and then tier up, or you can, if you get some Peggies early, you can just keep at tier 4 and keep scaling.
that's what I'm saying. I just want to be on 2. That's super safe. Just
No, I remember getting 2 Peggies and then getting to a triple Nomi, and after like multiple turns of my golden buddy, like going only for the golden Nomi scaling, my Peggies were still bigger than my elementals.
I mean, I don't know how
Yeah.
your elementals ever get bigger than the Peggy, right? Like every time you buy
No, because it's golden Nomi, right?
yeah, but every
so, like,
time you buy a minion, you're getting +1/+1. Like
Yeah, but you're getting +2/+2 to the elementals.
Yeah, but you're getting +2/+2 on Peggies, right?
Well,
The good thing
no, like
about
each
elementals
individual
is-
Peggy is only getting +1/+1.
Yeah, but you're also getting +2/+2 for any like random ticket that you buy.
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
No. Like I'm only going for elementals at that point because
Oh.
wraith stuff. So like
Oh,
buying
you, like, sold your
non-elemental
buddy.
tickets. Yeah. No. I kept the buddy around so that any random elemental with a ticket is good enough. But like at that point, you have wraith. So.
Oh, but you had like normal buddy non.
But you must have started with like 100 Peggies or what's going on?
like 60-60.
Yeah. I
Like,
mean,
something
I
around
can
there.
I
Yeah,
can
yeah.
see that. Like it's gonna be
Yeah.
hard. Yeah, to overcome
Gotta
that.
play faster, J.K. Rick. That's how it sounds.
How to play faster? Yep.
The Galliwick strategy.
All
Just have 50 more gold.
All right, moving on. I want to talk about Mutinous. Mutinous definitely. We kind of already talked about Mutinous earlier, where it's getting better averages as people are learning how to play the hero. But I do think it's an interesting hero. Like it wasn't a hero that was notable before buddies. Like not that's not what I mean. But the buddy wasn't before we got to play, people weren't saying, "Man, Mutinous Buddy's insane," right? But after people got to play it and learn, it's like, "Oh, Mutinous Buddy's actually really good if you focus on stacking and then pumping it on units that matter." So, do you
We
think
find a
it's
Chroma Wing.
Chroma Wing and Gem Splitter, not Gem Splitter, Sun Bacon. Such a good combo.
what's good about the Sun Bacon?
You can buff the Chroma and your attack multiplies.
Oh, okay.
On the
Just
clock
generally,
level.
I'm
It's-
thinking
it's
eat
like-
the Sun Bacon.
yeah.
I'm like, oh.
Now the Sun Bacon gems, you buff on the Chroma, and then you get like a 40-80 attack on Chroma Wing, and then you split it on Divine Shields or Cleaves.
And then you win.
The same thing when you're playing Voyagin. You do the same exact combo.
Yeah. Vol'jin's still
but-
annoying. For
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, Vol'jin is still good, but on Mutanus you don't even need Chroma Wing. You can just
No, you
get
don't.
the elementals, you can get the weavers, you can get whatever.
Yeah.
Yoho Ogres are insane. Like,
Oh yeah.
I play basic curve decently often. Like, if I don't see a Chroma Wing or a token on turn 2, I will just play basic curve on Mutinous, and like Yoho Ogres feels so big.
Now have you guys
Just
tried
getting
a,
health is like the biggest challenge too.
Have you guys tried the new 1/4 plus a rock pool combo and you're playing Mutinous? You just get so much stats.
That would require me to play this video game while throwing up a friend.
Just one
You
more
make a
day.
good point. Like, what other heroes are like really out there? Like, what I noticed, like my F stats are really insane again. Like even before Friend of a Friend was introduced. That's a
I
nice
I feel like
combo
that's because
lately.
the 5-drop pool got better. With
Yeah.
Strong Shell dropping down to 4 and
No,
the
it was
Rattler.
before. It was
Oh,
before
before.
already. Like both. Like now it's even better. But
My
like,
Ev's always been good for me. I just
Yeah.
think people play her a little bit incorrectly, and it's like a bit too risky, or not risky enough sometimes, depending on how lucky you are with the fights. But I do think she has a really good tempo spike. Right, you can get 6s pretty easily on her, and you can also get 5s pretty easily on her. And if you get your second buddy proc, right, making things golden is just like so strong. Like, oh yeah, Brand Golden Brand. Bro, Baron Golden Baron. Scat Pirate Eliza Scam, here's a golden Khadgar, to fix your comp. Like it's so easy to get your comp in a busted state if you can survive that early game risk and then the mid game tempo. So yeah, I think my
Very often what I find is with the second set of buddies, you really don't need like 2 separate things golden.
Yeah.
So
You
you
can
just
kill
play
yourself.
them both
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you get it the next turn immediately,
Yeah,
right? Like
yeah.
you play both of the buddies and yeah.
I've killed myself too many times by waiting. Yeah, just
Yeah.
get one proc with
Yeah.
both of them. It's good enough.
Oh, you can have a brand.
Yeah, I mean if you have a brand, then you're already in a good spot. So
You're already winning, so
Currently, that's the whole game, right?
yeah.
But yeah, like I think that idea is kind of just now permeating to like generally people, if you know what I mean.
The idea of what?
Of like using both buddies at both of the
Oh,
second
yeah.
round just to like
Oh.
get the one thing the next turn. Because like I know like for me, it was a little while after my Ev came out that I actually like was like, oh yeah, that's probably a good idea. Or I think Jake Carrick showed me. I was like, oh yeah, should definitely do that. So like I think like as more people learn to do that, her stats are gonna continue to improve.
Yeah.
same goes with like
Yeah.
Orana. Like people still like hard avoid the hero since they think it's bad. I had like even today I had some nice discussion about like why is Orana getting changed? Like isn't the hero unplayable? Like the armor also gave that suggestion. So like
Yeah, that's
So
what happened with the new hero
White
too.
doesn't
I
have
think.
armor.
Yeah, I didn't understand it. Like Tessarana before, they just stuck out. Like, why are these getting armor? This doesn't make any sense. But glad to see them like revert that quickly.
it's nice though, like seeing that people are picking up on it like more and more. Like it shows like just how important information is in Battlegrounds and like how important like like the talk, like in just being like in Discord and Twitch, like has impact on like your play performance. Just like knowing Arana is not trash is like important information, or like you do this one trick on like my F and like it instantly improves your performance, since like you can like get to the next conclusions.
Yes.
Like,
as we all know, like Twitch viewers are the best players. Like, copium.
Yep. Yep.
Twitch chat has never misplayed once.
They're just so good. But it is
like
good
if we talk about like people join Twitch chat, I'm like, I'm 8K, I'm so bad, and like you're like in the top 10% of players, and like you played all the heroes before, you're probably like way better than the average population.
I'm pretty sure 8K is top 1% already.
Yeah.
It depends on your like definitions and criteria, right?
Based on Hearthstone replay, the top 5% is 8K plus, and 1% is 10K plus.
Yeah, but I mean that's top 1% of people who have HS replay.
Have HS replay, yeah.
Oh,
I mean, it's a matter of who do you want to compare yourself to, right?
I feel like nowadays everyone has Hearthstone replay. Or
if they're competitive, you know, then they have HS replay. But there's a lot of casuals that don't even know it exists. So,
but I mean, there is merit to saying if I want to compare myself to quote unquote the average player, what I'm thinking of is the average player that takes the game seriously, right?
Okay.
Like someone who plays 2 games in a week while they're on the toilet. Yeah, they're a player, but I don't really want to compare myself to that see if I'm good or not, right? I mean, yeah, if you want to inflate the numbers and make yourself look better, obviously, right? But if you want to say I want to compare myself to people that take this game seriously, then something like HS Replay's top whatever percent is probably a better measure, I think.
Yeah,
it would be nice if we have like official data on stuff like this, but it's only a dream.
They sometimes share it, but it's pretty sporadic and rare.
Yeah.
I think we got it like 3 times, and the guy that was doing it like left the company.
God, that sucks.
Yeah, have to annoy the devs a bit more. That's the conclusion.
Any other heroes that stick out to you guys you want to talk about?
The new Shuttle Walk. The new Shuttle Walk, even with the token gone, I've seen a lot of people just doing menagerie stuff. They just play battle cries and buff. They try their best to find brand, and then they play the buddy. And
I wonder why they would try to get Bran
and the buddy. I know. It's crazy. What an innovative strategy, but I hear what you're saying though.
Yeah, you can't do the strategy in which you just buy the tokens anymore, because now one of the tokens is gone. So you just play battle cries. And I don't know if this is like OP or just borderline playable. I still don't really know if it's considered good or not.
I mean, I've played a bit of Shudder myself, and I think the hero is okay. It's not broken, but you get a lot of stats. You just camp on tier 4, you get your Argus, your Strong Shell, your Jugs, maybe Murloc buffs if Murlocs are in. And then
Smogger.
when you Smogger, and then when you play your both your Shudderlings, like you get like most of your board up to 40 stats without a Bran. That's pretty good.
One thing that is worth noting is that especially like after next patch, after Friend of a Friend is gone, is if beasts are in, going for tokens is probably worth it again. If you consider that tripling into 5s with like beast is so strong afterward.
I mean, one game I high roll quote unquote and got a double Alicat shop, so I was like, sure, I'll do the whole thing. I did it. I got Bran and Lightfang, played Menagerie, and it was pretty good, but still died to Friend of a Friend. But I got Bran and Lightfang.
I don't think that's the standard we measure cards.
If we ignore Friend of a Friend, right? You've got your regular like brand stuff, but with Shudder's Buddy, which is then actually quite decent. But also like all of the beast things, right? like the crush thing, Mama Bear and Rattler, if you consider Rattler on tier 4, it is really strong. You don't actually need like 4 triples or something. 2 tokens is
but
absolutely
I think
enough.
you can only go for that if you get a double Alicat shop. Because even with that high roll, like I was able to play GIF curve, like I got double Alicat turn 2. So I basically gifted up to 4 straight away. Like I lost a lot of health. I got my body 1 turn later. While if you just play for tempo, you will probably end up getting 1 triple anyway, because you're playing shiny. You're staying on 1, you get your Swabbies, your Quillbors, your Murlocs, and you are healthy, you win your fights. Yeah, you get your triple anyway, and you get your body on time, and then you triple it earlier as well, which is really good.
Yeah, I do think Shutterwalk still needs that playtest touch, like of skilled players like really figuring out what's optimal now. Kind of like what happened with Mutinous and Iran and all that stuff. So, might take a while, but yeah, it's gonna be playable. It doesn't feel bad, and I played a couple of games with Shutterwalk, and I'm always like, yeah, seems playable. So, I do think it will still exist.
So what you're saying, people need to like join more Discords and watch more Twitch in order to like get good
No.
at Battlegrounds.
Not really. Just people need to spend more time with the hero. Like good players can make their own strategies. Don't need have to watch. It's just easier to watch someone else and like learn from them. But you don't have to, right? Like I've
Like,
learned
you
a
have,
lot
like-
of the heroes just playing them.
We have like 80 heroes, right? Like
Yeah,
getting
for sure.
to play like one hero like 2 or 3 times to like actually try stuff is like
Exactly.
not happening as much. Like you need community input, or like you need to be like a god at the game.
Thank you.
That's why I just always choose to be a god, to be honest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the right
That's the easier
strategy.
way.
So we see pushing Collins and J-Kirik's ego. Everybody else just accepted it. So
This was, I mean, I don't know. Quiet.
Also, I want to talk about the new hero.
Yeah, I guess that's
Phelan.
true. Phelan. What do you
Yeah,
guys
like,
think?
what do
about
you
it?
guys-
Is it Phelan or Fowlin?
I have no idea.
I think it's
Who
Phelan.
cares?
I think it's Phelan.
Yeah, Phelan.
like
Yeah.
it makes the curve decisions quite easy.
Level to 2,
I
level to 4,
I
level
played
to
a lot of
6.
different curves on this dude. I even stayed on 1 once. It
So
was because
on-
my 2-drop was a demon buffer and a double trickster in the shop.
So Trickster is
So-
broken, I see.
So on Phelan, for the tier 6 options, do you pick like a tempo call like Gas Coiler or like
like Eliza
Reaper?
Kelly, right?
or do you pick
I mean,
something
Eliza is
like a
enough.
Caligos and you try to force dragons on your way to 6?
Depends.
What
I think
Depends on
Kali
your
is too
4.
slow.
well, let's
I
say your
once
4
got
is a
Witch plus
tempo.
Kali and it was still too slow. But maybe it's a, friend of a friend problem. I
Yeah.
think you really want to pick a tempo 6. Kali doesn't do
Yeah.
anything the turn you get it.
Mhm.
I have done both and won with both, so I guess it doesn't matter. But like
you win because a friend of a friend, or because the hero did other stuff?
it was because of a friend of a friend, and that my buddy gave me brand. That's why.
Oh.
Crazy.
It's the you chose to be a god at the game option, I
Yeah,
see.
feels good, man.
So generally, you just want to pick a tempo option rather than a direction.
Tempo's safer because the turn you level to 6, a lot of the times you're not going to be super strong usually. So if you have tempo, it kind of gives you that green light to level to 6, and then you can play tier 6 stuff. But now with friend of a friend removed, you might not do that. I remember playing a game where I didn't ever level to 6 with this hero, just because like I had my direction on 4 or 5 or something, and I was just like there's no point.
I picked a Kelly, and it was like I had like better stuff to do on like lower tavern tiers, even though a friend of a friend was a card. I know that sounds insane, but like leveling for like the scaling 6-drop was not always worth it. were like.
And it's worth noting, if you are going to go up to 6, getting one thing that might be a direction-ish thing is probably not enough compared to I am on tier 6, I can do tier 6 stuff, right? Like, you
Yeah,
can
I
say
think
you get a
they're-
single Omega Buster, but a single Omega Buster isn't enough to be a full direction when you're in the context of spending your time leveling to 6. You want more stuff. So if you want to go find stuff on 6 anyway, then you are probably better off with the tempo option, I think.
Like tempo from like what you're saying sounds like always better. Like if we look at like climbing and average MMR.
Yeah, on average,
Like-
it's probably
Yeah,
gonna be
but there are
tempo.
some nice compromise, like Buster and Genie. They give you tempo and they give you kind of pseudo direction if you really don't find anything else.
I think
And
like
Eliza
the,
is Eliza.
Yeah, Eliza is the nuts.
Eliza's the
That's
nuts,
crazy.
yeah.
Especially you can buy
choose yourself.
Scallywag.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
you
get like a
Eliza
Baron
with
from the
Shadow in the
body.
shop, you freeze. But like, I don't know. I see the general stats for the hero and basically he gets any placement, so I have such a hard time evaluating it.
I don't look at stats, man. You
Don't
guys are
look
good
at
enough.
data.
Why are you
We don't
looking
do
at
that.
stats? Like,
It's also pretty new, so most of the people probably don't know how to play it efficiently.
But
We don't have
I look
enough
at the
data
stats
to-
because at the end of the day, like you get random discovers, you get a random body. How am I supposed to evaluate this hero? Sometimes in my lobby is insane, sometimes he top 8s when other people play it. It's such a volatile hero.
Like so far the stats on the hero are like not enough to like come to good conclusions at all.
the stats don't matter right now because everyone's playing him. I think once the player base drops down and it's not just like flavor of the month, you'll have a more accurate representation. But even with everyone playing him, his stats are actually really good for a hero which everyone is playing, right?
One of the good thing about him is he has armor right now.
Yeah,
so
that's
you can,
true. That is true.
With the economy he gets, power leveling to 6 is a strategy, and the current meta is leveling to 6. But after Friends of Friends is removed, it might be a bit different.
Yeah, it
And
might be
on
worse, for
top.
sure.
Yeah, on top of the armor going down a bit,
Yeah,
he
I
might
agree.
get slightly worse.
Like tempo
I mean, he
might
might be
more
one of the
important.
fewer heroes that can still afford to go to 6, right?
He's my type of hero. I'm a tier
Yeah.
6 gamer, right? So you're like, oh, you're gonna give me something to level? Okay, like
Yeah.
that's for
So
me.
just hit the buttons is what you're saying. I like that.
Yeah, no, but it's like
Yeah, but
right
they
now every
pay
hero
off
wants
for
to go to
being on
6,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it feels
be-
like okay, whatever. But if not every hero wants to go to 6, and Phelan is the hero that wants to go to 6, that does bring like that's not a disadvantage that you don't that the meta isn't going to 6 anymore. It's an advantage because you're the only hero that can easily afford it. Because you're
one-
getting a free 6
think
drop
it is
anyway.
a
The issue
disadvantage.
though is that you might be fighting more early tempo, right? Because
Yeah,
people
you
are
face people on tier
Yeah.
4 and they kill you.
yeah, exactly. So
Well,
that-
I mean, what are you gonna do about it as Phelan when you
don't play
get
the hero, right?
Yeah, don't play
Yeah,
the
like
hero.
that's it, right? Like either going to 6 is fine still on him, or the hero is bad, right?
Yeah, well, I guess
The
we'll find
playstyle
out.
on the hero shouldn't change, basically.
I
Like
agree.
I
with that.
think if you don't go to 6, the hero doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
Not necessarily, right? You're still getting a buddy that gives you economy, and that might just be worth it, even if you don't go to 6. Just
Like getting
to
a good
But it is
4 or
a
5.
tier
be
4
quite
buddy.
valuable, right?
yeah.
Tier 4 buddy
Yes.
economy sounds a bit weak, to be honest.
You get
I
some
don't know.
tempo in the early game, and then you get economy in the
The
late, mid
good
to late.
thing going on for the bud is that tier 5 right now it's so good that usually the random 5 drop you get it's decent.
It can,
usually.
it can swing your game as well.
Also, that 4-drop is quite impactful. Like you just get it right. You just hit the level
Yeah.
button and get a 4-drop.
If you get a tank, it's really good.
Does any tempo minion, to be honest, is pretty good.
Tempo's pretty
Yeah,
good
ring
right now. I
matron,
agree.
egg.
High main, ring matron, bonkers. They're all
Rattler.
pretty decent.
Peggy.
Oh yeah, Peggy
Peggy
is
is a
just a
bit slow, but
direction.
Yeah.
Well,
I
not
mean,
a
and it's
direction.
tempo.
Yeah, tempo and direction.
It's pretty good tempo next turn when your buddy pops and you get 5
Yeah.
5 plus 5 plus 5 for no reason. Like, yeah.
Yo.
I don't
Is there
know.
like
It's an
any other
interesting
hero
hero
that
though. Pretty cool design.
Yeah, I do like the design of it.
Way better than the last three for sure.
it doesn't look oppressive, which is a huge win.
Looks oppressive.
Anixia, the
Doesn't-
last three, the Anixia isn't actually that bad. Anixia was pretty good. Now it's
Yeah,
pretty
Alexia is
bad.
kind of like Deathwing and Greybow, kind of the same hero in my opinion.
Yeah, now with the Acolyte being gone, Anixia
that's a big
falls
issue.
a lot.
The issue with Acolyte on 2 for Nixia means it's harder to stay on 1 to get all the Avenge procs you need. And because Acolyte's on 2, it's harder to get it. It's not like a guarantee you'll get Acolyte. So now you don't have that safety to keep your buddy alive before it just gets sniped. I think that happens a lot where you get your buddy and then you're trying to get 4 things to die before your buddy gets sniped, right? But if you don't have Acolyte, the chance that your buddy lives isn't high, and then you just lose your proc. And if you lose that first fight,
like the smaller it stays, right? The more easily it
Yeah.
gets sniped in the future.
Yeah, and it just
Like,
it snowballs.
Remember when these heroes got introduced and they had bonus? I used to play Onyxia quite a bit because it has the bonus and maybe your other choices are trash. And I remember like whenever I couldn't find an acolyte, like most of the time, your buddy is gonna get sniped first fight, and then it gets sniped again second fight because it's too small, and then you get lost again in the spot. It's so bad, so unplayable without.
It's like a snowball effect. You need to get bigger within the first turn you get it, and if you don't, it just gets sniped every turn, and it's like, what does my buddy even do?
It gives you a triple on like turn 10 probably at that point.
You don't get to turn 10, like you don't really have a hero
dead.
power. The whole purpose of the hero is the body. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
I feel like the hero power is pretty good if you find Avenge. That's usually what I try to go for. It's not only the buddy.
But like compared to other heroes, getting random 2-1s is not a real hero power if you don't have also a 20/20 dragon on top of that.
Okay. It's got a combination of both.
But my biggest critique about that set of 3 heroes is that the hero power really is like a combat only thing where it's no cost whatsoever, you just get a thing, right? You do nothing, you get a thing. And I think that design of hero power is a lot less interesting to play with for me compared to this hero where like there's the extra impact of skipping a first turn, and it is like on your own turn when you're doing your thing you get something extra instead of just you have better combat.
No one ever talks about Vander and Drektar, right? Like they've been introduced and like no one cares. It's like
I mean they're 0 gold, like no cost, you get something extra in combat, that's the hero power. Right?
Although
it's the same as the other
you
3.
can make the buff permanent. I did it. Basically what you do is you have menace or module on your board, then you buff them and then you triple them, then you magnetize and the buff is permanent.
That's so much effort.
Wow.
I'm not interested.
So easy.
Really, that's a really good strategy.
Under first place. Got a big elf deflecto with the thing. And then it snowballs, right? Because then your deflecto is even bigger health, so you can make other stuff with bigger health. But that was obviously way back.
Does not sound like snowballing to me. It sounds like you like get out of the park and like getting a good setup and then like hit deflectors and then make them big and hope that works.
Yeah, like what I meant is that once your first hero power got permanent, like the other hero powers in the future are gonna be a bit more valuable.
Hey, Pocky.
Hello.
How you doing?
So are you guys talking about like these new heroes in general, or what's the?
We're doing
like any hero basically.
Yeah, we're just discussing any hero.
And we're like looking at the new heroes. And
so did you talk about so the thing with Drektar and Vandar and even Phelan is all these new heroes are balanced around
their buddies, yeah.
Yeah. But the buddies are apparently temporary. So then,
Yeah, it's gonna be a shit show
Like-
once they remove buddies.
Yeah.
Again.
Or for the first time
Well-
in like 6 years, they're actually gonna remove heroes.
yeah. So that's the is that I mean, there's no precedent of that, right?
I mean, Rector is unplayable even with the body, so
Yeah, I mean
They
they're
remove
they're not good with the buddies. I'm just saying when you take out the they are
Like,
amazingly
the flavor
bad.
of the hero goes away, right? Like you lose the flavor of what the hero is supposed to do. Even if what they're doing is bad, you're losing what it's supposed to do. And I guess that would be the reason why they
I
wouldn't stay
mean,
without
just
their buddy.
imagine Tavish without the body. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. All these new ones, even Phelan without the buddy is like, I mean, okay, it's a little less, but it's. I mean, they made it have a really good buddy, and it's
Although,
I mean, it's
Are they
playable.
for sure gonna take out the buddies?
No,
maybe
we don't
if
know
they
for
remove
sure.
bodies, they bring tier 5
I mean, they
back
said-
to 9 gold, and then Phelan is still playable. Kind of like
Didn't they say they're monitoring it? They said like
you don't have
plan is
extra
to
money
remove
from the body, but tier 5 costs less, so you can still get to 6. Like, I think out of the new heroes, maybe Phelan is the only one that makes sense without the body. Maybe.
I feel like
Yeah,
majority of the community really enjoys the buddy, so I feel like they should be able to keep it for longer.
Well, we have no idea what the timeline is. We
Like,
we
the
just
only
know
thing
that they
they've
said that their intention was for them to be temporary.
Like, they've been specifically designed as an add-on onto Battlegrounds that you can remove, right? Like, you add it as an extra thing, and then you can take it away without, like, ruining the game, basically. Or without ruining, like, the base of the game.
Copium. That's such a copium. Like, you remove
No.
buddies right now, I'm just like, what do I do? This game is different. So
No, like, not. I mean, obviously, then it's, like, more uninteresting. But it's not, like, changing the core of the game, right?
Sure.
Like, they specifically designed it so that they could remove it. So then it would feel weird if they then just never removed them.
Yeah.
But I mean,
although
I think we
if they
mostly agree
balance
that
them, it would be better to have bodies forever. But are they gonna be able to balance them? That's the thing.
I mean, if they change the buddy meter, I'd be fine with that.
yeah, they'd
don't
have
know,
to. You have to be able to change the buddy meter. I think we talked about this like in the last thing in the last roundtable like 2 months ago, that the potential of like being able to adjust the buddy meter even by hero basis would be amazing for balance, right? Like you could adjust things and kind of make it work in maybe as an extra variable to address balance, but they haven't shown that they want to do that whatsoever.
The buddy meter balance is changing the hero tiers, basically.
Yeah.
So
but I'm saying you could do more specific, right?
Yeah, but then I mean they'd have to explain that, right? They don't do that much.
Well, yeah.
No, they don't. They haven't explained anything about the current situation,
that's
right?
fair.
that much.
That's fair.
Like, I don't know. I think every hero has to fight the same way for body meter. I guess obviously tempo heroes get an advantage compared to greedier heroes. Like most heroes are playable right now, and that's partially because some of the bad heroes have pretty good bodies, so they become playable.
Yeah.
I think
did you
the
guys
main
talk
issue
about
right
the
now when
lack
it comes
of
to bodies is
comeback
that
mechanics right now?
body.
No, we haven't actually talked about much, Pocky. If you want to add your own random topics, feel free. If you want to add.
Oh, perfect! I've got a lot. Let's go, baby.
Oh God.
Okay, first off, I think that the Murloc changes are actually wonderfully elegant.
We did talk about that a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they got totally outweighed by the other distractions.
The friends.
By me.
But it was really elegant, so I really like that. So yeah, I want to see how stuff plays out. I want to see, tomorrow how maybe tier 1 gameplay adjusts with no Acolyte and with the Murloc changes, and I don't think that the game is going to be spectacularly different meta-wise than last meta.
Oh no.
I mean, maybe the
different.
Myexna, maybe all of it is, but I feel like you're still wanting to play for the buddy, and certain heroes are still going to be dominant, and you might have like slightly different end game boards, but like some of the ideas are going to be the same. Just like poison won't be as prominent, and the crazy stats will be more so.
Like you will
Matchup
play
RNG
for
will
like
still be the worst
elementals
thing.
way more, right? Like elementals and like demons will get like a significant boost from like no Myexna anymore. It's really hard
like
to counter
right
once you
now
go to
you don't suffer too much about Myexna being removed because friend of a friend just makes way better stuff. Like tomorrow without Myexna, like I'm gonna see that. Oh, look, the minion survived that 1 HP. Now
I think. I mean, yeah.
that's gonna be
we're gonna notice the no poison thing, but I mean, we already had no poison lobbies. That's just gonna be more lobbies, right?
Yeah,
they were
really
terrible to play in.
Like it was like whoever hit like light spawn or Felbad first, just like can't be stopped eventually.
If you're Curator and you hit any form of scaling, you now have a thing that is so giant nobody kills it, and you win. Congratulations.
Just hit the Marginons. Just hit the Marginons, dude.
Dude, I lost a game. I think I was playing Tess. But I one turned my curator the curator buddy, like I stole their whole curator setup. I turned it from like a 2-2 into like a 65-295. And it went into an Amalgadon, and I was like, that was the only way I lose this game. I got like a 7th or 8th or so. I was like, how this? And there was like no Murlocs or something. I was like, this was such a win. But I put it first like an idiot. Pepe hands.
There will be a lot of front running. Like there's like no late game comeback besides like in no poison lobbies besides Amalgadon, right? Like
yeah, so well, that was what I was getting at. There's no comeback mechanics, and I think that's been the case for a while, and I think it's going to continue to feel really bad.
I think like poison gets so prevalent because of that too. It's like the only way keeping like broken stats in check.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have like all the front running stuff, and the only stuff that like allows some form of comeback is Amalgadon, 7, and like kind of reborn Myexnas.
The one problem about Amalgadon as a comeback mechanic is that it is reliant on finding Bran time, and that it's so easy to buff that it's also very desirable for the front running comps, and there's a very limited amount of them.
Yeah, it's not a comeback card, Amalgadon.
Yeah. I mean, it is a comeback card, but it's also a front running card.
I've
so
won
the people
the
that are front running get them first.
Yeah.
So you can't make a comeback with it anymore. Right?
Like if they have like 300 health on their Amalgadons, I just know that I need better Amalgadons and more of them. It's quite easy, guys. Like resolve play.
Copium, there's only 7 Amalgadons.
Do you guys feel like do you have an idea of what would be a good way to have a comeback mechanic?
I think like cards like Amalgadon, I think a combination of poison and divine shield can be fine, but not highly statted.
I think Toxfin would be a really good option.
Did you guys see my proposed theoretical not poison minion on Twitter?
Do you want to share?
I've seen
you should talk about it. It's really cool. I saw it.
It was the idea was just a death rattle demon that kills the minion that kills it. And the idea is that there's pros and cons. Obviously, it can go through divine shield, which is kind of cool. It counters like when Amalgadons are really strong, or you just have like too many divine shields to deal with, and you have poison. They can address that, or pseudo poison, I guess.
I run 7 of these.
Well, it would behave the same way, but I guess no.
Did you try?
But I don't. I mean, maybe you have more, but you can't buff it health, right? So it doesn't work with Trickster. Shields wouldn't work with it because it's a death rattle.
Why can't I buff its health?
So you've got. Well,
You can, but
if
then
the
it
idea is that
doesn't
it's a
die,
death rattle,
right?
it doesn't die.
Yeah,
So does
but
it
the
work with
idea is
Barrel?
I kill 5 minions with it, and then it kills the one
Yeah.
thing it died to. Like that's how I look at it. I'll just
Yeah.
Should
You
Okay.
could do
probably
that,
be a
yes.
neutral.
No, that's fine. But the idea is that it has a different vibe than
Okay.
poison, but still deals with that big stat stuff that you need to deal with sometimes,
I think it's cool.
right? And then you can't just like. I really wish that they added something in place of my Exna. I don't have a problem with the my Exna removal itself. If they did that,
added a beast. That's what they did. So
I
it's more of
really
a
wish-
temple option.
I really wish we had a crowbar poison, like Tough Tusk, but with a poison effect. I think that would be quite cool already. You would actually like need to like.
yeah, Quillbore would
use
be fine, I suppose. I just thought the
Like-
demon flavor worked with the death
think-
rattle, like a
I
curse.
think we need more creative ways to like not only be reliant on Amargadon and Sephin, so we can actually remove
I agree.
Amargadon and Sephin.
They need to introduce a new 6-drop neutral monster that does something, but that's not too broken like Friend.
So like it gives you like buddies and like it's a friend of like the brand card.
I mean,
Hamul?
they
Yeah,
had to
Hamul.
remove Hamul, so it's always that missing 6-drop neutral minion. They put in Friend just now, and they had to remove it too. So they need to come up with another option for it. And
Well,
this
it's not
is
That
something.
shit
really-
was a good card.
You're not really missing the thing, right? Like Hamul was added as an add-on. It wasn't a replacement for anything else.
Mhm.
Yeah, but like I think what Wool Agent is trying to say is that there should be a neutral 6-drop that allows you to come back or counter the big stats. And it's not Amalgadon, obviously, like something else. Maybe they should
Like
try to design
Amargadons
something
without
that.
like stat buffing would be cool.
I think the goal with Hamul was that, but then it ended up being too much of a win-more card.
Because the buddy and the Hamul just doesn't really go well, especially with the buddy having tribes. But what is a possible 6-drop neutral monster they can add that doesn't destroy the game?
The Spore with Divine
Is-
Shield.
Just give you a
I mean, I'd be
divine.
fine with that, to be
Yeah,
honest.
that's literally just an instant buy.
I
You
mean,
can
okay,
play good
so
plus buy.
obviously
I
we
think
need
that's
something
a
like
good
that, but
replacement for Amalgadon. Make it a
It's better than
10-10.
Amargadon.
oh,
Yep.
boring.
It's not, though. It's boring, so they won't do it. But I think balance-wise, that would actually be a good option. Like,
Like, it
replace
stops them from
Amalgadon
running,
with a
right?
6/6 neutral, no tribe minion that just has Divine Shield and Poisonous. That's it.
Poison, yeah. I'd play it. I mean,
Balance-wise, that would be the best decision.
How
But
about something
flavor-wise, it would
design-
be
how about
boring
it
as
also
hell.
has taunt? How about it also has taunt, so it's not actually that good?
oh yeah,
I mean-
that makes it worse for sure.
Like, I don't think you need to make it
That'd be
worse
an
like
okay
that.
balance.
I mean, I feel like just a Divine Shield poisonous, a minion you can buy, just seems too good.
It is so good.
Yeah, it's
That's
way too
true.
good.
I
Yeah.
mean, it's worth
So
Like,
maybe
I
I mean, imagine like even for Reborn My Exo, when you wanted to end on it, right? You had to like sell a spot. It was kind of like Toxin, but better because you're getting like a Reborn poison on one slot. Like
Oh.
that sort of stuff is more interesting to me, where you actually have to consider like what you're selling and whether or not it's worth it.
Like I think
Or is
it's
it just
like,
like,
not the
oh,
most-
I'm just gonna end on this Divine Shield poison in my last slot on my last fight?
What if
Like,
it
it's
had
definitely not
Spore
the
as
most-
well? Just make it not.
like I
poison.
legit like a Spore. I would like it to be like a 1/1. So like if you Google people, like that's good.
No, like if it had the death rattles on, like
The
it had all
clans?
the Amalgadon adapts, like the death rattles as well.
I mean, this card technically exists in the regular Hearthstone, and it's a 3-drop beast. That was kind of crazy in Arena, so Collins probably knows it.
Yeah, Stone Skin Basilisk.
Basilisk, yeah. Yeah.
But if it's a beast, then it's too good, right?
It's too
Because it
good,
works
yeah.
with
It'd be
mana
broken as hell. Yeah.
and
It would
gold,
work
and
with
gold would be
Rattler.
crazy.
Oh no.
Alright.
Get me out of here.
Yeah.
Do
not learn.
New my
Play
ex,
that
now, let's go.
Lich King.
God.
What would you guys think about removing Sephin and re-adding Megasaur.
No,
You can take out
Megasaur
Seafood
What?
Slinger too.
No.
Just do Toxfin.
Megasaur is too broken.
No,
Yeah, Megasaur's not
Toxfin
okay.
is too toxic. It just allows you to make poisonous dong too easily. That's
I
the
mean,
problem with Toxfin.
Poisonous Dong is pretty hard right now. I agree.
Poison
with you.
Dong is
Yeah,
not
I
the
mean,
problem, though.
I
Really
have so much
struggling,
trouble getting
yeah.
poisonous Amalgadons, man. Oh.
Like, I don't think the poison effect on Dawn is the actual biggest problem.
not.
It's more like the stats on the Dawn you can get. Like, if you just have Divine Shield poison on a Dong, like, you can counter that with, like, Beast comms, for example, right? If it's, like, tiny.
I don't have a problem with Amalgadon, other than the fact that access to it has become too easy.
I think Slinger is the first card that needs to go in some way.
Yes.
Yeah,
Slinger,
yeah,
yes,
Slinger,
for
Seafood
sure.
Slinger. This patch really showcased how broken that card is. Where you're just like, yeah, Seafood, okay, into another 6, into Seafood again. Bam,
The fact that
okay.
it gives you another Discover of a 6 is crazy.
And we can also talk
I
about
think the main
Press
issue
discount.
with Seafood is that it allows for multiple dongs too easily. Like 2 Amalgadons is still kind of okay, but with Seafood then you get 3 or 4, and then it's just too toxic. Maybe that's why
I agree.
Amalgadon seems like such of a problem.
Like,
I think it's
I think-
more of a Slinger problem. But you still need to give another 6-drop to Murlocs, or else they're unplayable.
Why?
I think they will remove Seafood. They just haven't found a replacement yet. It's clearly a broken card.
I
If
mean,
you look at the
Murlocs
win
would
rate
not
of
be
the card
unplayable.
in Blizzard stats, it's got to be one of the best 6-drops.
I don't
Slinger is
know.
the reason why you go to tier 6.
I don't know
What
why
if you added
Murlocs
the
remove 6-drop.
Divine Shield battle cry to Murlocs?
Remove what? Like Slinger?
Yeah.
Divine
Remove
Shield
Slinger,
battle-
remove Friend. What neutral minion is
I
there
have
in
a
tier
problem
6?
with
There doesn't
high.
need to be one.
I have a problem with high stats, which is Murlocs that have poison and Divine Shield.
Yeah.
He's saying
Shields
remove
are
the
too good.
poison. But add the divine.
I think it wasn't instead of Slinger, and if like the alternative is removing Seven currently, I think we can't allow remove the only poison options we have.
Yeah, you need some poison.
You can't remove all poison, yeah.
Like we need to. I think we need
Would
to go
it
in order. With,
would it
like,
work if
Slinger.
you removed Sefid, added Toxfed, and added the Divine Shields? And you have to
think-
manually poison all your Murlocs?
Maybe.
I think that would be an
If it was
interesting
like a single
proposition.
target thing, like a tier 6 minion, give one Murloc Divine Shield, and you have Toxic.
No, I'm thinking of the dragon that exists.
The dragon will be too strong,
The-
Loki.
Yeah, that would.
Like you just camp on Tavern 4, try to triple into that card,
Yeah.
like full board Divine Shield poison, right? Like you are missing the utility of like Prester, which should also leave, but
Prester should be deleted.
I think
Why didn't we
that-
have
that's
such an outrage for Prester, guys? We could have got Prester out of the game like so long ago.
No.
This patch, Prestor is so broken, right? It's like the best card in the game after.
I mean, it showed how stupid the mirror matches got, right? Because you just have like 2 people with 6 Amalgadons, which doesn't even make sense, you know? You're like, wow,
Yeah.
how do both people have this many? They're all golden. And then, you know, whoever would have Prester, like, you didn't even care about Nadina. You're like, this is useless. So,
Nadina
so
sucks.
you'd have a Presters, and then it was just a 50-50 on who went first. Like,
Yep. Well,
Also,
and on
both
who got
players
plants
have
on their
6
Amalgadons, because if you have
because
plants
the
on
game is
all,
bugged. Game is bugged right now. Both players have 6 Amalgadon because the Alex Straza, Buddy, and the new Murloc 2-drop can give you Amalgadon when there is no Amalgadon in the pool.
that's not
oh, there's
bugged.
plenty of things that can give you.
Like that's not bugged. That's just how the pool
They
works.
say
No, it
they
is
said
bugged.
Tad. They
I-
said Tad
I
was not
tweeted Dom
intentioned.
and it says they're gonna fix it.
Yeah,
a
yeah.
bug.
Tad was not intentioned to work like that, but it does not
Oh, I
pull.
didn't know that.
It can pull additional.
yeah, it's
it
just-
pulls
yeah.
from the pool, but it can pull additional. Because it happened to me too. Like I was like,
yeah, Dom
yeah, I did
confirmed
the
it.
exact same thing that Soren talked about, where I did the discover, nothing came up, and then I sold a Tad, and I got an Amalgadon. And I was like, what? Okay. But yeah, so that's not intention, but it exists. But you can still get Tess is an example. I
Murazan.
believe Rafam you can.
Yeah, Rafam, Murazan,
and
anything that steals,
Murazan,
basically.
I don't think Scabs can, right?
Scaps can.
Scabs can.
Scabs
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Scabs can pull even if it's
Yeah.
not in the pool if there's
Yeah.
no more. Interesting.
Like coming back to like the main issue, like we need to like fix the Margadon, and we still need to give viable poison options, right? Or like counterplay options, which often happens to be poison if we think
At
of the
the
stats
moment, yeah.
poison.
In the current
And
existence, yeah, it's just poison.
And I think we can't remove like Sephon or like change it in any way, since like we are forced to
I mean,
have
what do
such
you
a
guys
lusted
think
gun.
about Avenge 4 for Sephon?
I don't
Oh,
think
man,
poison
me
is
too.
the issue at all. I think we
It would make
should
it
not be.
harder to get poison.
Yeah, that's not a good thing.
I think poison
Why?
is just the circumstance of the broken stats and no other viable counterplay existing. I think trying to like change the poison aspect of it is like not the actual issue being addressed.
But like Sephon is one card that can potentially give you a full board of poison.
Yes, but
for
I mean,
no cost.
what is the you need 7 to be playable. You can't make it Avenge 4. Like, what else do you do? Like, if 7's Avenge 4, it's hard to play. Why ever play for non-stats, right? Why ever do anything fancy if stats always work when the only answer doesn't even work that consistently? So
like it's busted, but it's like it's necessary, and I don't want to remove the.
What if you made it not necessary?
Yes.
What if you added other things? You know, what if you added just like more but difficult, like a Quillbore that you need to gem for it to have poison, right? Battle cry, or when this is gemmed, give it poison, right? Something like that. The demon thing that I talked about, that you have like multiple options,
and then
you
like
could hide them on high tiers, and you could hide stuff in it with 4 Avenge, and then it's available for Murlocs, but it's not like crazy. But you have other options for poison. You have Spore. You have like those other ones.
Yeah,
that'd be better to me.
Quillbore needs something. It's one of the. I always feel so sad playing a Quillbore comp because I'm like, I don't do anything fancy.
You play a Quillbore comp?
No, I don't. But whenever I'm forced
my duos are gonna get me there. My duos and Charlie's. Let's go.
It's like slower stats than like non-stat build. That's the sad part.
It's basically double Chaga, Agamagon. That's basically anytime I'm playing Quillbore.
It's
like optimally, I agree with you, Porky. Like we want like the game state I would want is Amalgadon somehow removed, changed, so like it's not a front runner card anymore. Sephon removed, changed, so like the card is busted, but have viable other poison options.
Tier 7 would be fantastic.
Isn't that just more front running?
Yeah, but it's harder to get though.
Exactly. So therefore,
Like
the person who's
front
high
running.
rolls harder and creates a bigger gap between them and everybody else.
The gap between the person who gets the dog is already like big enough. If they have to triple something for 7, I mean, it's likely they're not getting it all the time.
You can make the 7s not like
yeah, you have to create a whole tier 7. Like you can't just be only Amalgadon, and then now that means you have to create other cards.
Friend
like
of a
that.
friend's coming back, baby. Let's go. Oh god. I don't
yeah, but I mean, what if, like okay, what if you did have like Hamul, Illustra there? You could bring back some of those. Not friend of a friend.
Oh yeah,
not that one.
I don't want this. I'm listening to you, Pocky, and I don't want this. Yeah, it's
like
okay.
You could
like,
put the
imagine
Divine
you're
Shield
having a
Murloc
decent
thing.
game, right? Imagine having a
Megasaur.
decent game, and then you face the guy that tripled into an Illustra.
Yeah.
Like you're not necessarily
I
like the
miss
best
Illustra.
player in the
I liked
lobby.
Illustra.
Is there a mute
Did
button
you
for
like
Pocky?
playing against Illustra?
I mean, yeah, I did like playing against Illustra because you had to think a lot.
You could
No,
also
you
get
put
a
4 smallish things
yeah.
first, or some Wind Fury things first, and then you can choose what you want to do with your comp after the first like 3 or 4 minion slots.
I think friend of a friend made me think a lot too. It's not healthy for the game though.
Yeah.
Friend of a friend, you didn't really have to think that much.
Listra was super toxic because you couldn't play around it. If you play around
You
it and they
could.
don't have it, you lose. If you play around it, if you don't play around it and then they have it, you lose as well. Like
The late game was
only
selling
scouts
Illustra
could
at the
play
right
around
time.
Listra.
Like
I just want to spice things up. Besides making it just like a really boring rock paper scissors, right? Like if
we
you
just
just have
had friend of
stats.
the friend, dude.
Well, obviously that was a bad implementation. But I mean, if they promptly remove them,
That's the kind of
that's
design.
good.
This should not have made it through testing unless
Yeah,
their intention was to
no.
remove it after a week. Like, if their original intention was to remove it after a week, then it's acceptable. If not, then this should not have made it through
If
testing.
this was like a serious.
I mean, I'm not talking about like the execution. This was obviously.
About the
I told you
concept of
guys,
them
like
trying
from the
stuff.
start, like it was very identifiable as soon as you read the card how broken it was.
But
Like,
that's the thing. That's why I feel like the concept doesn't really apply here, right? Like that's a concept that applies when it's questionable. Yeah. This was not questionable. This is like you literally played 2 games and you're like, this is insane.
Like introducing bad concepts.
I think in general, I agree with Pokey because, like, if you look at it in a vacuum, Friend of a Friend is like a really unique card in the game because it's a card that doesn't have any stat number on it. Like most cards in this game are just stats. So it's cool that they are trying to put spicier cards. Obviously, this was super broken. Like, I would love for them to release something that is not like purely stats. Like really easy to understand.
Or even like,
I mean, we have a ton of
as
stuff
an
like
example. Even as an example of like, what if we never got Leapers as a build? Like, yeah, okay, Leapers, like, was it balanced?
They broke the game and made me not want to play the game for a week. So yeah, I would have rather had it not in the game.
I think the difference between
but
like
they
the Leapers
changed it, and it's a good addition to the game now.
Yep, the concept in itself was not broken, it was the balance. I think the concept of like the example of like friend of a friend was just broken.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's better for them not to be scared of introducing these like scary concepts if their response is going to be that they can remove it within, a week.
No, I think they should be scared of ruining the game. They should be like actively thinking about what the impact is going to be of the things they do. Because it's fine.
Scared of ruining the game. If they're scared of ruining the game, then you don't get innovation, and then the game will get boring.
They should innovate while still being scared of ruining the game.
Well, I feel like maybe they should have a better test team then.
Yeah,
It's
like
good
you
to-
can have the idea of friend of a friend without immediately saying, okay, ship it, and if it sucks, we'll remove it. You can have that idea, properly think it through, test it, and think, oh yeah, that's just gonna ruin the game. Okay, sucks, whatever, next idea, right?
Like Leapers getting like to production is fine, since the concept I think is not completely broken.
Yeah.
Like if I look at it, I don't think this card is broken and it's breaking the game in unbelievable ways, right? It was a combination of things that you needed to see play out. That's a great addition, and I like to see them try stuff like that. I
Mhm.
don't like concepts which are like on first sight or like second look at it. I like it's a front running card. You can identify that directly. It's free. Like so many concepts about it are wrong. I don't think this is like healthy creative implementation and trying stuff. It feels more like this is just badly thought out at that point.
I
Since like it's
literally
so
saw
obvious.
the card. My first thought was like, seems broken. That was that was my
Like
first
like
thought.
like if that happens, I think that's not healthy experimentation or trying things. Like I'm like Leapers, totally fair. I think that's a great example of where they tried something new and different. Like I like that aspect of it, but like friend of a friend is like a great counter example of like innovation that's like
I think
healthy.
the concept as an idea is there, and I'm with you guys. Trust me, I'm with you guys. I looked at it. I laughed for like 15 minutes. It's on VOD. They like you can see the VOD. I looked at it. It's broken, and I listed all the things that are broken. Right, like it's really easy. You're just like it doesn't take any thought whatsoever to be like, wait, you can get Finley with this. You can get Aliwix with this. Like you can get Ticketus with this. Like there are some absurdly broken things that you can do. It's like immediately recognizable. I'm with you on that, but like the idea of it, I think, was like a genesis of look at these heroes when they get other people's buddies and how much fun stuff they can do. That's really cool. So how do we give everyone access to other people's heroes in a way that makes sense? And like I think that's just like I think that was the idea, and they tried to put it in the game, and it was obviously that was how it manifested. And yeah, it was a bad implementation, but like I think the idea is they saw that like whoa, look at these people when they get Wog Toggles buddy. That's kind of cool. Like that's fun.
I'm still
And
not
then
happy. I'm still not happy getting
It's
first
fun if you
draft.
say fun is in short for fundamentally broken.
I don't want a
like,
first
the whole
draft of a
idea,
card.
right? The whole idea of heroes to begin with is that they all have different things that they excel at or different things that they want to do within the game, right? So giving all heroes access to all other heroes' things is like directly opposite to why heroes exist in the first place.
well,
Instead
that was
of
part of the idea of
everyone
putting
is
it
the
on
same
6,
thing.
right? Is so you're trying to gate it, but
No, but that doesn't make
No.
like the issue is, right? You have heroes like Alex Straza where your buddy is basically a reward for surviving as a hero that gives you very little. And then you give that to a hero like Omu as a reward for getting to tier 6, which is what Omu is doing anyways.
Like I think the concept is just so like fundamentally flawed. It's like the first draft. I think they're
you guys
like
are getting caught up on the balance of friend of a friend.
No,
I'm not.
I don't care about
the idea of giving Omu an Alex Straza buddy is fundamentally broken.
I think the
I
concept
think
of it is
the
bad.
idea I think the idea of mixing dynamics in the interest of making more interesting games is good.
Are they really
Listen,
interesting?
End there.
Is I didn't have a board of like five perfect amalgadons, so then I lost to the person who did. Is that really interesting?
That's the execution, and the execution was flawed.
No, there is no good execution of that concept. The concept itself is flawed to only lead to those results.
Like we don't care about the execution itself. We say the concept in itself is so broken that any execution of it that we could currently see is
fair enough. I like that they tried it. I like that it failed.
I don't like that they tried it because there's no way in which it would work out, right?
The thing I like is that
you've also talked about how you basically stopped playing this game for MMR, right?
Oh yeah, it's unbearable.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe not that bad, but yeah.
Right, but if you're saying that you're not playing this game for MMR, then a lot of these arguments just don't, right? Like if you're basically saying they've taken it to a point where I can't play the game for MMR, you're basically accepting that they've royally screwed up, right?
Yeah,
Like-
I mean, I think there are a ton of
Like if
flaws
you're
in
not
the
viewing
design
this
of the
as a
game right now.
competitive game, then you're
No, I
not
still
arguing
want
in
it to
this.
be. I still want it to be. I
Right,
still
but if you're
What's
not
the upside?
right, but my point is like if you're not thinking of it as like a
I mean,
game
if
that
you
you're trying
wanted
to
to
play
reduce-
competitively.
Okay. I've been playing StarCraft, right? If you want to, and StarCraft isn't a good example, but there's like some tinges of the idea of Battlegrounds for a long time has had elements of rock, paper, scissors, right? Between stats, poison, and like death rattle, divine shield type stuff, right?
Sure.
Like they kind of have strengths against the other comps.
Right.
And if you really wanted to head towards balance, focusing on that, obviously, like Jake Keurig knows, like getting rid of a lot of the power creep, like it's there, it's within sight. Like the design of the game in that way is achievable, right? You can make it relatively balanced on that, but you need to balance that with keeping it fresh and fun, right? And again, that's not an argument for more power creep or poor design, but I think being willing to try some of this stuff, again, as long as they're willing to roll it back quickly and admit mistakes, I think admitting mistakes is really, really, really fundamentally important to being able to try things is a good thing. So, you can still
Mistake
advance
is
in that
like
way
a
and try and keep it balanced, but like if you're strictly thinking about balance, like
But there's a spectrum here, right? There is a spectrum of like I think to a certain extent your point is valid, right? Be willing to take some risks, right? But there's a difference between taking a risk by going skydiving and taking a risk by literally just jumping off a cliff with no equipment. Right? That's
you're
not
just
a
gonna
risk.
hit it along the way, dude. Like you're just gonna like catch it.
that's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Like we are scared of this, like just jump out of the window and like, oh, we tried it, and like if it didn't work, we just
And I think
hope we didn't hit the
that in a lot of regards where that can be improved is with more
And
open
better
communication
testing,
any
and
play testing.
testing.
There is play testing.
like,
It's
I
just I think the skill level of the play testers differ wildly, and it makes their results kind of irrelevant. I think.
Dude,
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, like I
Um,
think this is the main issue here, right? You can't tell me that this card got through playtesting,
I
and
know.
if you tell me
I
this card got
know.
through playtesting, I conclude that there is
I
a
know.
fundamental error in the playtesting. I don't need to look inside to tell you that your however you're doing playtesting, there's a fundamental issue here. Right? There's like a structural issue in the playtesting.
Yeah.
And it's
no,
not
I
like
agree.
the
I mean, I
individual
don't even think
like you
and
can't
I'm with
it's not the
you.
individual playtesters,
if you
right?
ask a high level player to look at that card and think about it for 5 minutes,
You're stretching it.
doesn't-
That's a long time, dude.
Yeah. You don't need 5 minutes.
well, I'm saying even no, but I'm like even if we're stretching the range of high level player, like it's not that hard. So I'm with you on that. Like I'm with you. Like this card shouldn't have gotten out as is,
I'm happy
Um,
for them to try reasonable things. This is just not reasonable, I think.
Yeah, to defend
Do you think-
Pocky's
do you
point,
think-
to be fair, like I do kind of agree. Like I like that they are willing to try things because you don't want a game that doesn't like evolve or get better or change or give some excitement with strategies, right? The issue is just what they're deciding to change and what they think is like reasonable and fortunately for us, right? Like at least they're willing to quickly roll things back, right? So to quickly say, "Oh, this isn't right. I'm not happy about this." So they are listening
and this
to
is
feedback.
the fastest,
Yeah, now,
like by far.
I think that's due to the tournament coming up.
Yeah,
yeah.
I agree.
But I'm glad they're aware that it is very impactful for the people, the competitors, and as a viewer to watch as people like roll it down on 6 for 3-4 turns for no reason, like just because it's the only way
I
to
won't
win.
lie, Collins. I was excited to watch you play in the tournament.
really was
I was.
I really was.
I know you weren't, but as a spectator, it was gonna be hilarious. No DCs. I was ready. I was ready. I was like, I just, let's see all these people go. Let's just see who wins the dice roll.
I'm kind of sad that
Also
the most
note that-
interesting.
People plays on different servers, so people from like Asia is not gonna be able to play APM as well as people here.
Yeah, it's gonna be such a shit
Yeah.
show if it went through, right? Like
Yeah, it can't like
Yeah.
if friends.
I mean,
yeah.
it's still going to be, if we're being honest.
APM every
I
game.
agree.
Like, no disconnect across server play is still going to be a problem, even without, like, friend of a friend levels of APM necessity, right?
I'm still kind of.
I mean, we were still having APM issues before Friend of a Friend.
Yeah.
Friend of a Friend just made it every game.
Yeah,
Can I
it's definitely
say-
gonna make it harder on the ones that are not playing on their region.
That's true.
Like
that
if
the
you go to
cla-
that point, your APM is
Sorry,
probably
mind you.
pretty good. So unless
no,
you're
I'll
playing
talk about-
pirates and stuff like that, you should be fine.
like
Well,
it-
Did you guys talk about Lobby Legends yet?
Yeah, yes.
To segue?
Yeah.
Mind or go.
I talk enough, but like it's kind of sad that the aspect of Lobby Legends Porky was most excited about was the clown fiesta, and not the competitive aspect. It kind of
Yeah.
speaks to the product of
that,
not
that,
being.
that might just be a Pocky thing, right? Like that might not
Yeah.
be.
Oh,
Like,
I mean,
I was
no,
ready
okay,
not to
that-
watch Lobby Legends because of the friend of a friend thing. Now I
Yeah,
think
me
I'm
too.
actually gonna watch it
Yeah.
to for the play itself.
No, I mean, I watched the qualifiers. I think, like I said, I watched probably more of the qualifiers than anyone else. I had like 13 streams up, and I was like bopping between them and talking about all of them. And like
Gonna
I
be
thought,
streaming.
I
I
have
feel
not
like they
heard
should
yet.
cast the
I feel like
qualifying rounds.
Yeah, they should, but then
Yeah.
they have to pay people. I feel like that's the issue they've
Oh.
been having. They don't want to pay more people.
We have like Porky, right? Porky or like community people can
That-
take that job, and I
that's
think they
true.
will do a better job. We just need
Um,
as a community to support them.
So I mean, I have a lot of
think
thoughts
that-
on that because I think, and we kind of talked about it a little bit ago. In terms of, I mean, okay, obviously it's not a secret that like I would have loved to be able to cast, and I think
believe,
Sissa and G are going to do
yeah, Sissa
fantastic.
and G are the ones that are casting. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
But I think it would have been a good opportunity, and I'm not the only person that wanted to get into casting Lobby Legends, and obviously there'll be more. But it would have been a great opportunity to have like a low profile, basically try. It's like a minor league gig, right? For casting, for the production, I think it would have been a great test run. And I think it would have built a lot more hype, right? There was like all these streamers and recognizable names, and not that, some of them didn't get through. Collins, like some of them.
Why are you coughing
that
and
would have
saying
been
my
like
name like I didn't get through?
I said some of them did get through. But a lot of them didn't, right? But it would have been a lot more hype for all the people that did to sort of build up some name recognition, because you're gonna get to Lobby Legends and probably about 13 of the 16 or 15 of the 16, depending how involved you are in the scene, are going to be not very familiar to a Western audience.
But you're saying it's just me?
Necessarily bad.
There's a lot of people. What are you talking about that are not?
I meant 11. I meant 13 or 11, not 15.
Okay.
But regardless, there's a lot of people that like, unless you're like involved, you wouldn't recognize, right? There's 4 Japanese players, 4 Chinese players off the bat that a lot of people aren't gonna know. I know there's plenty of people that didn't know, like even like Goddammit, who's big, right?
Right. He's huge.
Like Pompada, goddammit. Like some people don't know Collins.
Yeah, people aren't gonna know a Pompada as much. If you're around, you know that he's been super good since like season 1. But if you're talking about the audience that I think that Lobby Legends is trying to attract, which is more than 500 people that are really invested in, the high MMR Battlegrounds, then it would have been great to build up that hype, and you would have seen, a lot more of those streamers, even if they didn't stream it, right? If you made a spec, right? If you made something that was
Like
for the
Reddit
audience to
didn't
watch.
hear of it yet. Like they were like, "Oh, there was a Lobby Legend high-level competitive tournament going on." They're like, "When? Oh, it happened like yesterday." Like,
Yeah,
like
that's super weird.
I think that sort of stuff is like a misstep, and I think missteps are acceptable. It's the first one, but I think that it's in the future it won't be a misstep. It'll be just a straight up missed
I
opportunity.
think for the second
To
season,
not turn the qualifiers into more of an event as well.
for the second season, if they're like not an event or like well run, like we didn't have an official scoreboard available to like people watching.
Yeah, people
streams.
couldn't even follow if they.
Like Donnie did that himself. Like, oh, I set this up, and then we needed to share it with like the streamers actually playing. Like that should not be happening. Like there are enough people that are also willing to help.
Well,
Just
and they
like-
had the standings. It's not that hard to have a public version, right?
Like they have to delay, but like just like
They can
you
delay
can figure
it.
out.
Even
you
just
can-
you could have even do a video stream, right? And just set the video stream on a 30-minute delay, and then people can see it
Like,
as it updates.
There's like they have all the options available, and so far like they didn't take them. And I think for like season 1 that's excusable. For season 2, I don't think it is. Like the solutions are like not complicated things. Like having like one account.
Yeah, I
you
just
have-
think it. I mean, the main thing is I think it's beneficial to building up lobby legends to a major event that people care about.
Yeah, it
But
helps the
I think
community.
they have the tools and they also know how to do this stuff because they've done it for constructed. They just don't know if it's gonna be worth it. So if the first main event, the first stream, is gonna be huge, like thousands of people watching, I'm pretty sure they will invest more into like website and sharing and stuff, and they will also like probably cast qualifier, maybe with some side casters, like not the main ones, because they've done it in the past for like the college something team for constructed. So they definitely know how to do this stuff. So I just think they don't know yet if Lobby Legends is going to be worth it or not from like a number perspective.
I mean, they invested already, $500,000
Yeah.
into the prize pool alone.
And some of this stuff is like pretty basic, like having a standings page. Like,
but also it's not it's not the same people, right? It's not the same people that did this are also now doing Battleground, right?
yeah, they changed it completely. This is like
Like-
completely new team this season.
Yeah. The actual individual people that worked on the system for like standard Hearthstone competitions and everything is not the same team that is currently like setting up lobby legends.
Yeah, another thing to think about is like, yeah, they've put a lot of money into the prize pool, but they also need to put like some in time and investment into like announcing it and spreading the word and using that, because you can have all the money for the prize, but if you don't like tell people what's happening, right, people won't see it. And sometimes I feel like it's too much, like there's too much focus on like, here's the prize pool, but not enough focus like, oh yeah, let's tell people the event's going on, let's have like a preview showcasing the players.
I'm a little
just, like kind of doing
biased, but I'm with you. Like, I think the production value is probably even more important. I mean, obviously you need like a big draw to really convince the players to push with the prize pool. But if you look at even some of the smaller like $10,000 tournaments, right? I mean, they pulled viewership. Like if you look at Twitch Rivals, right? Like the production value is so far and away better than, anything that like me or you could put together, right? Because they just have resources put into it where they have multiple people they can like pull up feeds, and like that sort of stuff is so much bigger in terms of actually, if you think about like the esports business in terms of like getting viewership and stuff, like if I'm a viewer, like the prize was a little cool, but like if the production value's good and like,
Yeah.
I'm hyped up and want to follow all these players, like that's way more important. And
So
the
far,
players are still gonna play for if you said like let's say you
Now,
cut it in
let's
half,
not throw that
25,000.
in there. Hey. This is the issue I was having. Let's not throw that in there. You can do both, okay?
you can do both. You can do both. Let's say out of nowhere you just were to invest an additional $10,000
Oh, thank
or
you,
whatever.
thank
I
you.
think it would make a big difference. Like percentage wise compared to the prize pool, it would have a really big impact.
like if we talk about the production value, I feel like their production value so far has been lower than some of the community tournaments hosted.
Which is a bit
And
weird, right? Like the tournament, the Valve VPN tournament, which had issues of its own, but the production for it was pretty damn good, I thought. So I was like,
I thought it was fantastic when I was casting with you, and like being able to see that, like it was hard because we weren't controlling it, thinking like, things would jump. And it was like okay, but like having like multiple screens up and like jumping between them and not having to like do that yourself or like
no delay
pop out
with
and
the
leave
jumps.
spectate and like it was amazing. I like had such a good time, and I feel like from a viewer's perspective, anytime stuff like that is present, it's so much easier to watch because you just don't have an interruption in the flow, the excitement, the energy.
Like any run, like I just start a tournament, the first thing you do is get standings up. Like any tournament has standings of some sort. Even if they have like a $10 prize pool, they have like better standings than like a 500, like $500,000 event.
Yeah, that's true.
Like
I mean, I did
that's like not
hosted a Mellow tournament, which they're Russian. And they had this sick webpage with all the standing. It looked so good. I woke up at like 5 a.m. to do it, but it looked really good. And that was weird. They like told me at the last minute I was also supposed to play in it. I was like, what? I was like, I thought I was hosting. They're like, yeah, you're playing too. So I'm like, I'm playing, hosting, and casting. Okay. It's very confusing. But the standings page was fantastic. It was so good.
Like
I was
Terry's,
blown away.
Just like looking at Terry's system, right? Like those are set up systems. Like you can't tell me you don't have the time and effort. If you asked Terry, he would probably help you out. Like without
you can
any
build a
pay.
front end and stuff. Yeah.
Like it's not like it's more like an effort thing. It's like you could. I think if we just assume there would probably be enough help for the system without any pay. If we like Donnie made it.
Let's not encourage internships, for this company, maybe pay them a little bit. All right, come on. But I see your point, right? Like people are willing to help, and it's it's there and available for sure.
Like we got standings done, and imagine if they just like gave Donnie $50 and he would like still be happy to do it. Like it's like real basic stuff. It's not something like legal where they need to check like a lot of things. They like just need to like basically send a screenshot of like a page and like or like get people into one Discord server. Like the communication part with like the emails and like what channel of information. Like everybody has a Discord server.
That was not ideal.
Like every tournament we have seen, even like really huge ones, so like just have a Discord server for like any relevant information. Currently it's like me searching through Twitter and like sharing it or like looking up
Did
10 like go ahead.
Yeah.
Did they post about the qualifiers at all?
There was like a 10 million Grandmasters tweet. I think they did. They posted the results, but I think they were like
beforehand. 30. Yeah, beforehand. I know they posted the results afterwards.
I'm not sure. They have like 10 million Grandmasters tweets. I have like no clue.
That is a sad answer though, right? Like the I'm not sure. That's not good, right? That we're not even sure.
Well, and then the comparison that like, well, they have a 10 million Grandmasters tweets, but maybe they posted like
one BG. I find it upsetting. If I don't know, it's really upsetting.
Right. Yeah.
Like I have way too much time for this type of stuff, and like like I can't expect any reasonable person to be aware of it if like I don't know. Like I actually like read the rule book, which like I think I'm like 1 out of 10 people that did.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't
That's
even
pretty interesting.
read the rules before
read.
some of my tournaments. Like during the tournament, I'm like, oh, okay.
That did happen. Collins was like, I thought the second round was happening tomorrow.
Quiet. Yeah.
I was watching, Collins.
It's my bad. It's my bad.
So remind me next time to write Collins a personalized email with all the rules summarized. I think Lee actually did that, but I'm not sure if Collins read that part.
Collins, do you know the time for the tournament? Don't miss out.
I know the day, and then that day I'll look at the time is usually my plan.
Oh my god.
It's 11. Well, for Eastern time. I don't know what time zone you're in.
All right, like
Don't confuse them. That's like a lot of information.
That's early.
Come on, guys.
Just know it's sometime in the morning. You gotta.
What
wake
is with
up.
this hassle? I will get there. It's fun. Oh my god.
So we learned how to qualify for Lobby Legends, just like don't know anything and only focus on your play. That's a great example.
Yeah, I mean, for real though, like the play is what matters, right? It's what gets you there. So why waste your time with this unnecessary information?
Like accepting emails is like also normally required to actually play. But
Yeah. I mean, I check my emails from time to time. We'll get there.
Sometimes.
You know what was crazy is that they didn't confirm Silvername, who's by far
the
biggest
streamer.
draw.
Doesn't he have like 20k viewers regularly or something?
There was an interesting set of statistics for the YouTube esports, and not this year or whatever, but I think like the year before, like Silvername single-handedly like kept their viewership numbers up when he was in. Like he's just the biggest draw, and he qualified for Lobby Legends and almost didn't get it because he didn't respond to the email in time because they did it inform him and they didn't check like, hey, Silvername, you know, the person that's gonna bring more eyes onto this tournament than anyone else, are you gonna play? They didn't do that.
Send a message to the person for sure.
I mean, not that like I'm not saying that people should get, but imagine if they did that to Dog. Imagine if Dog just like didn't check his email. They're like, guess no Dog. You know, Dog's like talking about it on stream like he's gonna play. They're like, oh, you didn't accept the email. Like, imagine that. It's crazy. I'm not saying like that people should get special treatment, but like, I don't know. I feel like there was just something to be
like.
Well, but even everyone else, like, I feel like they didn't really do that much, right? They were kind of like, here's the stuff, here's a tweet. We're not gonna say that we're sending you an email.
Yeah,
and
like
there wasn't that much until after the fact. Until there was some discussion with them about like, hey, a lot of people missed this. 20% of the people didn't respond.
Yeah,
20%. That's a lot, you know.
Like they did really a terrible job. Like it was in the rules, but like the job they did was like expecting people to read the rules is already kind of ambitious. I learned even more today, but
oh, sorry. I mean, I read sometimes. Yeah.
No, you're probably doing better than like 99% of players. Like you at least know the rules exist. Most people are not aware of that. I found out, but like expecting people to like know that or like check their emails is like you should know
there's
that.
Definitely a fundamental issue with using Twitter as like a primary source of communication.
Private accounts
medium,
too.
I should say.
Like private Twitter accounts, like they're not affiliated with Blizzard directly. Like even that's what they're stating. But
even if they had a page on Blizzard, on the Hearthstone website,
and there's no way to access it from the game itself, right? I think that's also pretty weird.
Zero. Yeah, zero.
I think it's justifiable if they have like one, like the website is always updated and all information is on there. But even that's not the case. Like you need to like search like 3 different channels to get like all relevant information. even if you try. Like, if you have one channel of information, I think you can reasonably expect people to check that. But like, you need like your email, then you need to check their Twitter, then like their other Twitter. Then you also like need to check the website from time to time, then like the rules, then like a blog post, and like, how do you expect people to keep track of that? Like, that's like
Yeah,
not
it's a
that
lot.
easy. Like, it's a full-time job, like trying to figure out what they're like
Wow,
communicating.
almost like they should hire somebody to condense all this information and put it in one place. Wonder what that
Like-
kind of position could be. I don't know. That seems kind of crazy though. Like,
The community manager kind of thing, but let's not go there.
Well, they have it separated, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
Like, the esports
esports,
is its
yeah,
own
and
thing.
yeah, they're very different branches. So.
yeah, but like, if you know you don't have the people, like figure out a solution to like get it done. Like, the solution they came up with now is that actually I'm happy with them taking is like asking Pocky or like giving stuff to Donnie to like they can like click the retweet button on stuff or like ask people, which like seem to be more effective than their ways of communicating.
I mean, between the three of us, including Ahirun, the Japanese
Yeah,
big break, like
Yeah, he's great.
covered a lot of people in terms of contacting people.
Mhm.
Like it made a difference for better or worse. Sorry, Sleepy.
Yikes.
I felt very conflicted during a lot of it because I was like, I'm helping people get spots, but I also have friends that are maybe gonna lose spots.
like I
too.
was kind like for me when like I remember I told people and they got super excited. Like my reaction was more like, why am I what? Like I'm number 23. How did this happen? Right? So like I wasn't super
Well,
upset or
Lee
anything.
had the same Lee had the same reaction. He's like, that means like a lot of people. Like he's like it's not like complex math. That's like there's a lot of people who just didn't respond or declined the invites then. Like, and yeah, obviously that's not ideal.
at least they recognize they made mistake and ask the community for help. I think that's a better step than I expect normally from
Yeah,
Blizzard.
no, I think so too.
It's
I agree.
similar to what they did when the leaderboard didn't freeze up again, season 5, and then they went around. Okay, do you know people that were on that are off? You give them the names, see what they can do.
I was off, but I didn't care. Like,
Granted, I'm pretty sure they didn't
didn't
fix
do
anything
anything,
about it either. No, they
Yeah.
didn't manage to fix anything. But hey, they tried.
Yeah. They did. That is true. I do remember like hearing all that and like hearing that like, let Ridiculous Hat know so that he can let them know. And then I like checked the leaderboards and nothing changed. I was like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
But
it's
at least
kind
we
of
have
sad
a.
that, like, the most reliable leaderboard we have is Donkey's
Wait,
website.
did it actually get fixed today? Wait,
Did
are
they
you
fix
serious?
leaderboards?
Yeah,
Wait,
the
Dami, are you
Donkey
trolling?
website actually keeps track of each season correctly.
Yeah, like, I don't know how like the Donkey does it correctly, and like Blizzard doesn't know how to press a freeze button. Like, take a screenshot.
No, they did
like,
not fix it.
Oh no, it's
Dami's a
not.
troll.
Wait.
Somebody
No,
gave
because
J.K. Cole.
Dog Dog finished first in season 5, right?
Remember,
But my
Lee never hit
Europe
number
rank is
1.
restored.
Oh.
I dropped off EU last season, or well, start of this season. I dropped
EU
off
is
last
confirmed.
season.
Okay,
Yeah.
that might
Okay.
be.
Oh wow.
They actually
Interesting.
fix stuff.
That's nice. It doesn't matter
that's-
right anymore, but that's nice, you know. No one cares anymore, but that's nice. Yeah.
Maybe next season they just freeze it and like it's working. That would be like the next step, right? Instead of like creating the problem again, we like stop it from happening. After like we ask after season 3 and 4, we always got it should be fixed. So I have hope.
Yeah, I hope
It's gonna work this time.
Opium.
a lot of hopium in this channel. I've noticed. I'm big on it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it would be cool to have cash just for the qualifier. I just think it is a missed opportunity. Also, would love to see more just announcements, more hype, right? Building towards the tournaments. It doesn't feel like there's like sometimes during events before them they'll have like videos, to kind of like introduce things and kind of showcase the players and stuff like that. I haven't really done any of that for the tournament there. It's kind of hard, right? To like if I wanted to get to know the players coming from China, I think that's very difficult, right? For me to actually go around and do that. But if Blizzard, did that themselves, kind of put videos showcasing, oh, these are the players, right? Sometimes there'll be days where you'll go in with a group and you'll talk and they kind of make a video out of that, but they haven't really done that for this particular event. Obviously it's the first one, and those things sometimes take time to get the setup and get the people that want to do it and all that. So I'm not really blaming them, but I do think it would be nice to kind of get a show of who I'm working with, right? Even like one of like the other NA player, Kurt, right? I don't know who that player is. I haven't played against them too much. I haven't seen them, right? I don't know. It's just hard, right? It's like unless you're a streamer, right? I know the streamers, but other than that, it's hard. The other ones, it's hard to really get a feel for it, and there's no kind of video or introduction to these players, right? So over time you can be like, oh yeah, they were in the last Lobby Legends, oh they made it this one too, that's cool, I'm rooting for them, that kind of thing.
The leaderboard before, that's like all the information we have.
Right, yeah, their leaderboard. It's true. So it's so tough, right? So I just hope they can take this one, use it as a growing pains, and then kind of have a little bit more hype, a little more excitement, a little more announcements for the next one, for sure.
Then we can bring out the pitchforks after the second one. It's gonna be great.
Well, they made them take pictures. That's what That's this Collins. So we're gonna have some identities, to go with the random names.
Can we just talk about the picture? Was actually really great. It
was a good picture. Yeah, it was good.
Oh, just my picture? Oh, yeah, thank you.
I didn't see anyone else's. Yeah, just take the compliment, Collins. Damn it!
Thank you.
You're number one. You're number one. Like, you're winning. In advertising, you're like clearly on top of everybody else.
Sure, whatever. I'll take it. But yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do? You got anything more for us, Pocky?
On Lobby Legends, I'm curious still about some of the format stuff. The streamer mode check format's a big red flag for me.
Yeah, I don't think it stopped like collusion, right? Like obviously,
no, not at all.
Yeah,
like if you wanted to, you could text someone, right? Or like go some
Discord, dude.
outside.
Yeah, you could just message someone and like I really don't really know why it was added. It was added the day before, because I think one player talked to the directors and be like, oh yeah, this isn't fair, but it really didn't solve the problem, honestly. So just kind of weird.
I think it makes it worse, right? Like you
remove the ability for players to like police it, right? Where they're like, hold up, this person is like clearly just like, like theoretically, but like now you don't know. You're just like, I don't know. But also, who did what.
In like from a competitive standpoint, if I am competing in like a system where points matter, I might want to play stronger into specific people, right?
I agree.
Not colluding, but literally like as a competitive game, I want to give myself the best chance, and that includes like targeting people, either to play stronger or weaker against them, right?
Yeah.
Part of me wonders if they actively want to avoid that.
Don't they have a new system in which like the highest point person is like put into check? And if everyone's playing in streamer mode, how will they know?
There's no way that
that's
gonna be allowed. Like you have to know, oh, this guy's in check, right? Like there's
That's what I said. Like it's a huge red flag if they don't have it. Like there's just it doesn't work. Check format is like predicated on like you got it. Otherwise, it just turns into a complete random like okay, the person got first.
Yeah.
So now we're just like waiting for whoever to get first. We don't know. We can't.
Especially when you're cast, like if you have to cast the finals, right, and you're like, oh, they don't have a name, like what? That's
Yeah.
Well, it was
I
hard
call
to follow. I mean, again, it would have been nice. Like, okay, so there wasn't an official stream, but obviously some people still streamed it, and it would have been nice for people to be able to follow along. Again, there was no standings,
Yeah.
and you couldn't see on streams like how people did. So you're just like, okay, this like so and so got 5th, and so now we just wait for the game, and they didn't let losers spectate, which is, I guess, fine. But yeah, again, it was just like,
Is there really an upside
made-
to it?
Not really. I think they were just trying it because someone talked about them the day before, but just now that we actually did play the tournament in that mode, I don't think it was very helpful. Also, like it also kind of ruined some of the narratives. I do think if stream mode was off, you'd have the narrative like, God damn it, got like first 4 times in the tournament, like just destroyed it. Like, but because there was no stream mode, you had no idea who won. It's like, oh, after the tournament, you're like, oh, actually got done pretty well. He did absolutely, he destroyed it. But because we didn't know while we were playing, there wasn't anyone talking about it.
Or it's like, ooh, like Sleepy is like really greedy. I should not let him live. Like that kind of dynamics. Like, will Collins like try to play into the tendency, or will he just like level like a madman? Like, what are we expecting here? And, like that kind of like what is the player doing in like different situations? Like he made the.
I know someone said that they could tell who was on some of the other heroes in their games just by how they were playing. They're like, oh, this is.
Actually, like, I said that a couple times. Yeah.
I think that's like one of the coolest aspects, if you can like identify a player based on his playstyle. Like that gives them character, and that should be used to like promote the event or the player. Instead of like, this is random player 5, you just made what you think is the optimal play. We switched to random player number 4. Like it's like there should be drama, there should be like suspense, there should be like unique stuff they're doing. Instead of like,
I'm pretty sure I'm easy to tell. Just like, oh, he's already on 6. Try me, yeah. Okay.
There's like a 50-50 Educatedcollins.
So many games I'm playing where I'm just like the only one on 6. I'm just like, yeah, okay. Well, all right, guys.
I got corrupted by watching too much Sleepy. I feel like that's a normal playstyle. And then I switch watch like Demi Demar, and it's like, oh, he's on Tavern 3, and it's like 10 gold.
I was playing a game the other day, and there was like 4 people on 6 on like turn 8.
Well, that's friends meta.
It's not that special.
Yeah,
it's not that special.
Hey, friends meta. Everything is wrong. Like, I felt so like everyone's doing what I do now, and they're just like getting away with it because it's easy, But leveling is hard. But because of friends, it's like
it was so dumb because it invalidated any other scaling. It's like, oh, you're gonna play a Mama Bear comp? Okay, you're gonna die in 2 turns, idiot. Like, oh, you're gonna try to play Shaker? Yeah, good luck. Like, you're gonna die.
It's rough. Hopefully tomorrow will be fun. Copium.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah, interesting for sure.
I really wish they did a little bit more tuning on the minions. But it's a little hard. It's nice that there are some changes.
Right.
Yeah, I think outside of the my ex and the friend of a friend thing, basically all the changes I really liked.
I don't believe they
I
actually
like a lot the change on the Nosy. I wish they would do more of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think
because it's a hotfix patch, they can't do those kinds of changes.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, but they've had a lot of time, right? Like this is.
I think we're just saying in general.
In general,
it'd be nice to see more changes of like this unit is slightly underperforming. Let's give it +2/+2.
Yeah.
Like, I thought it was tomorrow. This is happening. I wish more of stuff was happening tomorrow. That kind of thing. But no, if it's in general, that's
like Gold Grubber getting the extra 2 is like so nice.
Yeah, it was a big difference when that happened. And we went a long time. I did the timeline. It was like since November that we had significant minion changes. Like, you guys remember that patch that was Lightspawn lost 2 attack and Promo Drake lost 2/2? Like, you remember that one? It fixed everything. The one that fixed everything.
Yep.
That was like one of the significant patches in the last 4 months, almost 5. I guess 5 months, which is wild, right? Like, we had Hamul removed, and then there was like maybe 2 other slight stat changes, and that's 5 months of minion changes, not including buddies. Which I don't say that buddies are really. If you change the minion of the buddies, I don't think it's a minion change, because more of a hero balance change, right?
Yeah, I mean they probably spent a lot of time working on buddies though, so that took a lot of their resources. But I do agree with you that minion changes are pretty helpful, especially for underperforming minions, and there are a lot of them in this still.
Yeah, especially the stat stuff though. I feel like you can move it without like,
pretty
big
easily. Yeah,
implications.
I agree. It's not
Like
that
if they add a +1/+1 buff to like a 6-drop and see how it works, like
yeah,
that's probably okay.
And then if you made it like more consistent, that like, yeah, we are gonna do a little tweak every 2 weeks or something, you know.
I can see them saying
you
like,
can
that's
change
a bit
it
too much,
back
but
if you're like, whoa, that was terrible.
That
You
could
know,
be an
Swamp Speaker's way
8,
too good.
11. You know, that's fine. Like whatever. Like I need to. Sometimes I'm forced to pick the card. It's whatever.
Yeah.
like try Lightfang being like a 4/4 or something.
Okay.
A bigger Lightfang sounds nice.
I could see it.
Yeah, but like it's definitely worth a try. It's like not changing a core mechanic, but like, some slight stat adjustment is quite nice.
The
think that's, like-
Mythrack change was nice.
Yeah, I thought it wouldn't be
Yeah, the
relevant,
Mythrack
but
is
I
good.
was wrong.
Yeah, it actually matches the Lightfang buff, so you actually have to think between the two.
It looks nicer
still
too.
not
I really
super
appreciate it.
complex, but yeah.
Like in general, recently before the buff, I was also picking Mythrax over Lightfang quite often because of the chance that you're gonna have the time to buff minions to sizes that matter. Like, find minions and then buff them with Lightfang to a size that matter just isn't a thing, so then you might as well have the Mythrax, even though it's, like, technically slightly less stats overall, just because as a minion, it's more useful faster, right? So it doesn't... Like, it didn't need those extra stats to be, like, pickable over Lightfang. I was already picking it over Lightfang.
I mean, in some
Yeah,
cases,
but it was still irrelevant in so many games.
Yeah, but that's because Lightfang is similarly, Lightfang is even more irrelevant in those games, right?
No, I'm with you. Like, the change was good. We're on the same page. It's just like sometimes you'd have like a 2652 Mythrax, and you're like, what does this do for me? Like, this is useless, you know?
It takes the
26
shield
attack
off
doesn't
an
do
Amalgadon.
Seems good.
But sometimes it trades like bread or something. That was like a high rule. Now, like, it's not even on the board late game since like Friend of a Friend still exists. So.
Yeah, I'm ready for tomorrow.
Do we know the time?
They usually do these changes
I
like
think it's
12.
just standard.
Yeah.
Just standard?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe there was some secret information I was not aware of.
Not.
I mean, they can do these pretty much whenever they want, right? Since it's
Come on,
server
Collins.
side, but you know.
I'm not bothering.
We need some Blizzard production value in here.
Also, the way it's set up, it's pretty free flowing. Yeah, it's dynamic. That's the word. If someone joins in, then it moves everyone around to fit in. It doesn't like.
I think you
keep
could change the Discord plugin to show names, but it's also messy in its own right.
Yeah, it sounds like effort, guys.
No, I'm with you.
Maybe next time, you know.
My name's in my profile picture. I'm good. You know.
It's me too. Me too.
Yeah.
Guys need to work on your profile picture. Yeah,
exactly. You gotta work on the branding.
Oh man, but yeah, I think we're.
I'm getting rogue eventually.
I think we've been discussed a lot of things. I don't know if there's anything more to add or anything you want. Also, you guys.
I think
Pocky
4 hours
out of
is
idea.
enough.
Yeah.
I am in agreement, guys. 4 hours is usually the number. I'm like, all right, that's good enough.
I was just getting started. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Talking, you talk for 10 hours and you're fine. Like you
You
don't.
didn't even watch the patch yet. Like,
I mean, I still like this game, you know, as much as hey, Woo Legend, I saw that. Nice job. As
Yes,
much
I
as
did.
I say that the game is unbearable to play, like in terms of balance for me right now, you know, I still enjoy it.
I
still want
disagree with
it to
that
be
point,
great.
by the way, but you know, I'm probably generally
Dude,
not.
It's hard. You have to be able to play a lot of games, right? Like
Not really.
anytime-
You just have to be good.
You don't think so? Okay. I mean, I don't disagree. I'm not like there, but like there's just so many games that like you just lose. And when there's a bunch of like no agency games where you're like, I just got a bad hero, or
but I actually don't think that's true
got
either.
bad matchups.
I don't think
I
there's
feel
a
like
lot
the
of
no agency games honestly went down with Friend of a Friend just because Friend of a Friend is so broken that even if your hero sucks, it's just like, okay, fine. I'm just gonna get Brand Friend, I win.
the one game I tried to play, give it a last chance. My opponent, that was Galakrond, he hit Deflecto, Baron, and Omega Buster off his buddy on like 8 gold or 9 gold, whatever, and I faced him 2 times.
Yeah, I mean,
So I died.
Well, that sounds like that's not exactly a high example of an agency game. We'll just say.
yes, I mean
Yeah.
sometimes you get high rolled, yes,
And that
but
was
it's
one
not
of my
every
high
game.
agency games that day.
Oh,
It's not every game, and it's not always you. So you know, like
That's true.
there's hope.
Sometimes I would randomly end up in like a top 3, and I'm like, how? Like,
How did I do
Yeah.
this? Yeah.
my board is awful, and then you go against someone else, and you're like, oh, those 2 murdered everyone else that I
think
just
Jake
dodged.
Hewitt got
Nice.
Jake Hewitt got a 50% rage for agency games for like the 4 games he played. That was also interesting to see.
Yep. It was like
Alright.
nice 2 games where, yep, nothing I do matters. I face people on their spike turns and then I die. And then 2 games where, hey, my plays actually matter, and then get
Don't
friend
die.
or friended out of the game.
And
in
you
the
get
end,
third
but,
place
you know,
since
whatever.
you only had like 8 Amalgadons.
Yeah, I lost. No, I only had 4. I only had 4.
So scrub.
It's my bad, honestly. Like I only had 4 Amalgadons. I deserve to lose. Like they only had like 80 health or something, you know. Scrub stuff, really.
No, I just wanted
So
to.
I guess there's another aspect for me too, like besides the agency, which, yeah, decisions mattering. So no agency means your decisions didn't really matter, and other things were the predominant factor in determining the outcome of the game. But the other thing prior to the friend of the friend meta for me is that the games felt very straightforward a lot of times, which was not
Straightforward? What?
exciting
I
to me.
don't agree with that.
I felt like the end game was super predictable based on the tribes in the lobby.
That might be true, but getting there is the hard part.
How many of them were Amalgadon or Murlocs?
I mean, when they were in, then that was that.
If they were out, it was elementals and demons, or what were you saying?
Yes, no, it's monarchs.
Allies and pirates.
Yeah.
If Poison was out, yeah. If Poison was out, you played stats. If Poison was out, you play Poisons. And
And sometimes you hit an Omega Buster and like somehow win, and you're confused.
Yeah, there are
Yeah,
some
if you
games
hit-
you
if
can
you
go
hit
like
really-
Pirate Scam, Buster, Beast stuff. Like, there's other.
Just
Yeah, you
go,
just
just
tempo
go
people
leap
out.
verse every game.
Oh, please.
yep.
I try, but I gotta make it past turn 10. Or like 10 gold, sorry.
I see it now. I see what you're saying with Wu Legend. Okay. I got it. Good stuff. I like it.
So I think Collins gets the final word since he started too.
Okay, sure.
I gotta head out now. I'll see you guys.
All right, take care.
ya.
Thanks for joining us here.
Yeah.
See ya.
But thank you everyone else as well for joining. Do appreciate it. I wasn't sure like we have a groove, but I keep getting pestered to do these. To be honest, chat's always like, "Hey,
I know.
when's the next lobby legend? I mean, when's the next battleground?"
It
And
actually happens a lot. It's just like it was hard though, right? Because there wasn't like a ton to talk about. At least I did feel like it.
But you know, I do like these for sure, and I do want to do more of them. You know, it's just like sometimes it's kind of hard to like force people to be like, "Yeah, will you be here?" You know, like, yeah, maybe not, but always glad to have you guys. And you know, hopefully the meta will be good, right? We're basically doing this just because tomorrow the meta changes, and a lot of us don't really like this particular meta, so it felt like a good window to have to squeeze one in. So I was about it. I was happy about it. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. It's always a pleasure, and hope you guys had some fun, even though it's always particularly long. I don't know why we make it super long, but we do, and I'm about it. So it's all good. When's the next one after this one? Please, Aimless, please don't do this to me.
God, no.
We're just gonna set an event.
Soon.
Soon, TM.
Are you gonna? How many of you guys are gonna be pushing for? I want to do like a watch zone thing. I've been like procrastinating, but like the cutoff's the end of the month again.
I think Sauron is doing it, and Collins, and Sleepy too. So like, Jake
maybe.
I didn't stream last time, but I basically just played all day. But I didn't stream because I will. First of all, it's easier to play off stream because people won't snipe you. But second of all, I can play a game and then like do nothing for like 10 minutes and play another game and do nothing. Or I feel pressured when I'm streaming to like re-queue instantly. Where if I'm not, I can just like take a 30-minute break for no reason. You know, like.
Yeah, it's nice.
Breathe
especially if you have like a bad game.
Yeah.
Especially if you have a bad game, it's nice to like get up, like get a drink of water.
Leave for an hour, get some food.
I swear Colin's gonna put himself in a position to play again, probably. But I'm gonna try not to. But I feel like I am the type of person to do that. But I'm gonna try not to.
Yeah. I'm currently around top 16, but like I'm not watching leaderboard too much because if I think about qualifying, I just put too much pressure on myself. I just play because I like the game and I want to learn. And if I make it, then it's good. And if I don't, then whatever.
That's the shady approach. And I keep telling him, no, get in there.
I mean, I don't like caring too much about the number. I don't enjoy the game anymore if I do that.
Yeah, I feel you. It becomes a lot more stressful.
I think like caring about the numbers like only relevant in like the last 3 days or so, like 2 days when like you just at the
but
shop, like making
even then it's pretty crazy. I mean, Zorgo and Ixty both did like 26 hour sessions respectively, which is just.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Ixty got there, but I mean, you know,
he can say he was a lobby legend now.
He can't though. He was in the qualifiers. He put all that time in for a flip. You know, or taking a chance on 6 games to get through. Not that it's not skill intensive, but I'll just say 26 hours like a hardcore push like that. That's a lot.
He got lucky in bigger tournaments. The Blurby tournament, he like high rolled everyone in the first round. So
who, XD?
Yes, I do remember.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying like the format was volatile, right? I mean, you saw like Tyler's hero selections, like oh man, it made me want to.
You're being pretty nice about it. We like use stronger words.
Trying to maintain professionalism, I'm still gunning for that
the caster spot. Yeah, sure. All right. Any final words?
I think you normally went forever. See, it was fun.
19 more hours.
We're good. Yeah.
Thanks for hosting, Collins.
thanks for being here, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Good luck in your games, and wishing you all well.
Absolutely.
I don't know how to end this. Like, you guys leave.
Yeah.
I'll just leave. Bye.
Bye.
Night, guys.
Alright. Bye, everybody. Okay, they left. All right, and everyone listening in, thank you for being here. I do appreciate it. I want to do something since the since the change of tomorrow. I mean, I played a little bit today, but not too much. We played enough of this patch. I kind of knew that I didn't want to play too much anymore, but yeah. And that's how the turntables. No, I'm not the main character here. I'm just a player. But yeah, I just hosted this one because I felt it made sense. But thank you guys for being here. Thank you for listening into this long discussion. It's always fun. Maybe next time we'll have, discussions about buddies and hero specific. Those are always fun and jam-packed with information. This was more of like a systems discussion, a discussion of systems, which is cool, just to see what people think about the lobby legends or the meta and the friend of a friend discussion. It's not really very like do this and get better. Sometimes we have those kind of things, but yeah, always cool to have you guys here. See you guys tomorrow. Well, take care of yourselves. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will try to post this at some point. I guess I'll work on it right now, but yeah, we'll try to get that in as well. So sounds good. But yeah, let's send you guys off to someone else.